see you drop. Get down in the car. One time, give it all. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. I fucked up this Russell, yeah, we hustle. But the
Oh my. Oh my.
Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. I fucked up this Russell, yeah, we hustle. But the
Oh my. Oh my.
What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. I'm him. It's Friday, May 23rd, and it is officially the 5th day this week, so I've accomplished my mini mission of streaming every day this week. During the weekday. Obviously, I don't care about the weekend. I got other things I gotta do. But it's gonna be the last stream of the week, unless it's stupidly hot tomorrow. In that case, I'll probably do a late night stream. And I may even do something on Sunday. We'll see. I don't have my usual meetings and other things that I have to do because of this. It's a holiday. So figured I'd either rest or hang out with y'all. But yeah, I am going to be, I have a few things that I need to do actually. It's not truly work to do. It's more so, is getting a video kind of thing done. But I may not work on that live. I'm gonna put that off. I'm not gonna work on that live. So, but I guess I am gonna go straight into videos. Maybe I will also do Instagram Reels. I put a lot in my Discord channel last night after the stream in preparation for today, so I wouldn't have to do it in the morning like I've been doing. So yeah, let me get things set up. Okay, let's go and find where is that? Actually, you know what? I just saw a video just popped up from Chinese Historian. And I like this dude. You know, I've been following him since a long time ago. He posted a video a long time ago and it got kind of popular and then it blew up. And he's been on a roll lately. So probably gonna start out with him. So let me put that on my watch later. And I'll go ahead and share my screen here so y'all can see what I'm up to. Let's see here. Megan Thee Stallion freaks out. This is I don't know if I care. She demanded white men rise up in age. Okay, so yeah, we'll go ahead and add that to save later, to watch later. What is this? Not Our Fault. Women Are Like Babies Alls with a zero con. Okay, sure, whatever. I like Abba and Preach, so let's go ahead and get that into the watch later. I love this girl. No Protocol. She's amazing. We'll watch this because it just seems like it's interesting. So maybe y'all can discover her as well if y'all haven't heard of her and go subscribe. Let's see, watch later. Yeah, cool. Okay, I think that's enough on adding more stuff to my watch later playlist. So we'll go ahead and get started. Oh shit. Ooh. I forgot I put this Andrew Tate thing on here. I did this last night immediately after the stream. Okay. Now I'm at an impasse. Okay. I don't know where I want to go now, because that seems like it could be fun. It's 2.5 hours. I'm gonna wait. I'll push that off to the side for a little bit. And then I have this right here, this debate. I want to go over that. So maybe I'll do that this weekend. Maybe that'll be the plan, is to go over one of these debates on the weekend. And maybe we'll save Andrew Tate for the weekend. I don't know, he's talking to this woman. I don't know. I didn't actually watch it. I was just like, oh, I thought he was in prison. I didn't know he was out. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with Chinese historian. UConn student is 100% illiterate. Come on, no, don't play yet. Is college a scam, and are Gen Z doomed to fail? Before I even watch the video, I have my own personal opinion. Obviously, it's my own opinions of whether or not college is a scam. I'm going to go out on, like, this may be counter narrative, but college is not a scam. It's simply a waste of time for most people. That's it. So by definition, can't call it a scam, but I can call it a waste of time. Because in all honesty, it's not really a dishonest scheme. I think too many people, they go into college with the wrong mindset. College is about improving yourself, learning new things, being challenged with new ideas, discovering truth. It's all of that. But for whatever reason, college has become essentially a training camp, because our modern day corporations no longer train up junior employees to become senior leaders. So now it's been outsourced to the college to do that. But my opinion is that a university should not prepare you for the workforce. A university degree should equip you with the mental tools to think critically and to reason about the world and to solve problems and all that kind of stuff. You gain knowledge that you can draw from in your later life that can help you with whatever you're doing. It's not really meant to prepare you for work. Although I do understand that a lot of colleges are that way, but I also believe that most colleges are trash, which is why there's a top 10 list. There's a ranking list for what it's worth. A lot of people don't go to really highly ranked schools. So I guess for those people, I guess it is just a glorified daycare center for teenagers to get prepared to go to work. Anyway, that's my little hot take before we jump into what, I don't know his name. I'm gonna refer to him as Chinese historian because I don't know his real name, unfortunately. Anyway, let me go ahead and like this video, and I want to make sure that I share a link so that if any of you who are in the VOD happen to come across, you can go and check out this video. And I'll start putting these things in the description soon. I haven't did it yet. I'm lazy. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me turn down this music a lot and we'll jump into it.
All right, what is up, folks? So I just watched this clip from CNN, and Michael Knowles, and he just reacted to this video. And I have to say, I'm 100% shocked and disgusted. So this is a emergency video, and you guys are watching this Friday. I'm recording this Thursday afternoon. Don't worry, I can get these videos recorded, uploaded, and edited very quickly. It will be on YouTube in just a few hours time, and it will be public tomorrow on Friday. So I usually don't like to react to videos because of copyright issues. I'm going to flip this video horizontally. So here's a short clip from CNN about this girl, Alicia. So she's currently attending the University of Connecticut. I would say one of the best universities in America, possibly in the world. But so this girl, Alicia from Puerto Rico, she's illiterate. She can't read or write. So anyways, let's throw the clip, okay?
In some ways, Alicia Ortiz is living an American dream. The 19-year-old began her freshman year at the University of Connecticut in Hartford this fall. She's excited to study public policy, the culmination of hard work after moving north from Puerto Rico as a child.
Better opportunities for me to learn.
Even today, could you read this, or would it take you a long time?
It's impossible. I just see his words everywhere.
Alicia graduated from the Hartford Public School System last year, but she says today she is illiterate. She still doesn't know how to read or write.
Actually, this is very alarming, and I just recently graduated.
There are a lot of people who are being graduated from high school who cannot read or write. They don't read or write at their grade level. And when you look at statistics, you'll be heartened to know that the average reading level of an American is an 8th grade reading level, or maybe 7th. It's 7th or 8th grade. It's one of the reasons why a lot of my writing that's meant for public consumption, well, not my own personal writing, but writing meant for public consumption, that, for instance, like documentation type stuff, I write that at an 8th to 9th. Well, I target a 9th grade level. My assumption is that software engineers are more likely a little bit better educated, a little bit smarter than your average person. Now, that may not be true. You may feel a certain kind of way about that, but the data doesn't lie. So I write at a higher grade level, which is still not at the level of education that I had. So I write at a 9th grade level specifically for that reason. Yeah, it's a problem. I don't think many Americans read anymore. When I think about it, I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Graduated from university this December, right? There's one guy, I think he's probably made his entire career talking about this topic, right? So he's debated probably thousands of university students, right? This guy, Charlie Kirk. So
I heard of that guy.
I don't always agree with him, and obviously, I'm a very small content creator for now. But in the future, if I do have the chance, yeah.
Dude, I like that attitude. I know this is it's completely irrelevant to his point, but I like this man's attitude. He's like, I'm not big yet. Winners win, and other winners like being around other winners. And man, he has the right mindset. He's gonna go far. I'm looking forward to when he breaks 100K, gets to $500,000, and hopefully gets to $1 million within a year or two. That'll be dope.
I would love to debate people like Michael Knowles, or even Jordan Peterson, or Candace Owens, or Ben Shapiro, or Charlie Kirk. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, right? So this girl, is it Alicia or is it Alicia? So it's a Spanish name, right? I'm sorry if I got her name wrong. If she can't read or write, right, is she just talking about just the English? I'm hoping at this point,
That's my assumption. My assumption is that she can't read or write English, but here's my concern. She grew up in America. She graduated through the Hartford school system. And as far as I know, I don't know, maybe things have changed since the last time I've looked at these things, but I thought Spanish used the same alphabet as English. So if you can write in one language, you can technically write in another language. The letters are the same. The spellings are different. There might be some additional punctuation or whatever the symbols are. But other than that, it should be the same. No, like literacy is you should be able to make marks, like write, Hell, even I can write. I can write in multiple languages. I don't know what the hell I'm writing sometimes. But I can at least write the characters. I wonder if she can at least write the characters. How did she graduate? How did she do math? Can she do math? How did she take the SAT? How did she take the ACT? Are those required? Did she take AP tests? Was she in AP programs to get into UConn?
She can actually read or write in Spanish. Perhaps she graduated from a middle school and high school where everybody was speaking Spanish. But if she's actually illiterate in both Spanish and English, yeah, so how the hell did she get into high school? How was she able to graduate? Like, don't you have to write essays and stuff? I mean, the entire...
I can say how she was able to get into high school. We had this thing called the No Child Left Behind Act. And what that does is for whatever, I don't know why people don't fully think through these things. You push people through, or you say we're not going to leave these children behind, like they're going to have to, so they just get pushed through. They lower the standards, and it hurts them more than it hurts. I guess it hurts everyone, but it still hurts them more than if you would held them back to make sure that they actually understand this information. We cannot be graduating incompetent people in our population. We just, or in our society, we can't do that. It's going to have long-term knock-on effects. We're not going to see them for another 5, 10, 15 years, but by the time we start to feel it, we're not going to be able to do anything about it because it's a generational thing. It's going to take 20, 25, 30, maybe 50 years to correct, because if we all get dumber as a society, as a population, who's going to do the teaching? Are we going to start importing people from other countries to do that, to teach Americans? And if we do that, I don't think it'll work, because culturally we're very different. Here in our country, we have this I don't know, just this isn't my, I know this is my stream, but I'm actually reacting to other people's videos. So let's get back to what's important.
Public education system is a joke now. For the past 6 years and 4 months, I attended 2 post-secondary institutions in Canada. So I went to college for 2 years. I went to Georgian College in Barrie, Ontario, and I'm currently in the National Capital Region, I mean Ottawa. Education has completely failed the next generation. If you ask all of the Americans, right, if you do a massive survey, you ask these Americans, what is the capital city of Canada? 80% of them are probably going to say it's Toronto. Maybe another 15
Toronto.
or 16% will say Montreal. Maybe only 4 or
It's
5% will actually
either.
get the correct answer. By the way, the capital city of Canada is Ottawa, okay? It's very concerning, as you guys can see, right? So I'm currently...
Now, my question is he saying that Americans don't know the capital of Canada? Because I can understand why Americans wouldn't know the capital of Canada. Why should we care? Just being serious. I happen to know it, but I'm going to be honest. I don't really care. I'll probably never go there. I have no interest in going there.
Sitting in an empty classroom. I like to come here, especially during the summer. It's nice and quiet for 4 months. There's hardly anybody here. It's a little bit difficult during the school year, right? So I did mention before, obviously, I'm just a part-time content creator for now. I did just show you guys my YouTube earnings from the past 12 months. I made roughly $15,000. Not exactly a top G, but if you guys are wondering how I'm surviving, I also have another 9-to-5 job. So yes, I am being 100% honest. I'm currently working 7 days a week. Not like 12 to 16 hours a day, because some people exaggerate, but I would say on average I probably put in 9 to 10 hours every single day. So you're looking at 60 to 70 hours a week, and the only way possible for me to actually keep up with this pace of posting 3 videos a week, right? And I'm sorry to all my Patreon subscribers and my YouTube channel members. I want to thank you guys for all the support. I know some of you guys are asking me, can I just post Patreon only or members only videos? Unfortunately, I really don't have the time to do that right now, because I'm posting about 13 to 14 full-length videos a month, right? So by the way, I'm not doing any of those shorts, right? So most of my videos are anywhere between 10 to 15 to 20 minutes long. So I'm really putting the effort into it, right? On top of actually having a full-time 9-to-5 job, right? And the only way possible for me to actually record these videos, right, is because I don't follow a script. I don't have a teleprompter. Do you guys see anything in sight? That's actually how I'm recording, I would say 80% of my videos, right? Sometimes if the topic is really complex, if it requires a lot of research, obviously I will have, done my research, I will have typed things out. Or sometimes one moment, I'll show you guys something. So sometimes, instead of using the newer 21st century technology, instead of using things like Microsoft Word or Microsoft presentations, right? I just use these good old handwritings.
You know what? I wonder if we're the same age, or maybe we're most likely the same generation. Because I do that too. I do that too. I write my notes in a notebook. My handwriting's shitty. His is too, but like, You know, I write in my little notebook here, and that's just how I am. I don't do well with typing things in a computer. It's almost like I'm not thinking. It's hard to explain. I need to physically feel the words come out of myself, my body. And typing, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. Unfortunately, my handwriting is trash, and I can't write that fast. I can write, relatively fast, but I can't write at the speed of my thoughts. I can type much faster than I can write. That being said, I don't think that speed is the ultimate thing that I should be chasing when it comes to writing. Anyway, that's a tangent aside. Let's go back to
as you guys can see, right?
Talking about.
So yeah, that's definitive proof. So I wrote every single letter in this notebook here, right? As you guys can see. So this notebook is almost full. So sometimes if the topic for the video is really complex, right? Obviously, I can't just stand here with absolutely nothing, right? With zero research, with zero notes and just talk, right? So sometimes I'll research a topic. Let's say, who knows? Let's say I want to talk about Andrew Tate. Actually, that's a bad example. So one of my videos is scheduled to be released before the end of the month. Actually, I'm going to talk about Qin Shi Huang. So we'll postpone that video to the first week of June. It's going to be okay because June is the 6 months of the year. It's also Qin Shi Huang's favorite number. That video is going to be about 30 minutes long, right? So by the way, that video has already been recorded, right? So even for a 30-minute video, right, I have some notes written down, but I don't have anything fancy like a teleprompter, right? So, I mean, I'm absolutely shocked. You look at these youths today, right? These millennials, Gen Zs, and even Gen Alpha, right? They want to be Instagram or TikTok or YouTube famous, right? Sometimes when they're recording like a 30 seconds TikTok short, you can clearly see that, they have a note in the background somewhere, or possibly if they have a lot of money, they have a teleprompter, and they're just reading out the messages on the teleprompter. Like, are you serious? Look at this. I'm just standing here and talking. I have absolutely
Wait. We've gone. This is actually this is something that I suffer from. And it's because I refuse to write a script. You know what? I'm going to say this on stream and so that I'll actually do it. I'm going to make a video and I'm going to publish it by the end of the month, and it will be scripted. And my goal is going to be to try to make a video and try to stay on topic. Because right now he's kind of, I don't know where he is. I thought we were supposed to be talking about UConn student is 100% illiterate, and now we're talking about something. I don't even know what we're talking about, but let's keep going.
Absolutely nothing, right? So throughout my 2 years at the college and 4 years at the university, right? So I see this problem again and again and again, and so many professors, they do actually try to address this, right? That's why I don't think I agree with Charlie 100% on college is a 100% scam. Yes, some professors are bad.
We
yes,
agree
some
that.
PAs are
We
bad.
agree.
But here's the thing.
I'm glad I agree. I don't think college is a scam at all. Let's pull up the definition of the word scam so that at least y'all, if you're watching on VOD, you're on the same page as me, because I'm using the textbook definition of the word scam, and college, university does not fit that definition. Let's go ahead and open up my dictionary. Scam: a dishonest scheme to gain money or possession from someone fraudulently, especially a complex or prolonged one. The second one is a story, rumor, or a piece of information. As a verb, use deception to gain money or possessions from someone fraudulently, swindle, or defraud. Universities and colleges do not do that. At least not in America, they don't. Or if they're accredited, they don't. So yeah, no. College is not a scam. Now, you may feel that you went and you wasted your time, or you went and things didn't work out the way that you thought, or the way that they market. But you got to keep in mind that they're marketing the average. You may not be the average, or maybe they're even focusing on the top tier, right? Why would you market the bottom tier? You market the top tier. And that could be you if you are that type of person. Unfortunately, college can't really make you that type of person. That's up to you. Anyway, let's go back. Now that we are on the same page, I'm glad that me and him agree that college is not a scam, because that's That's my take. So now let's see where he goes with this.
Some professors, they do try to help you. They say when you're giving out a presentation, it could be 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Yes, I did have one presentation that was actually 30 minutes long, but as you guys can see, you know, I'm used to it at this point. I can just talk and talk and talk, right? And this skill is extremely important. You got to be able to just go impromptu, like cold turkey, right? Boom, like there's a topic, you know, talk about, you know, Andrew Tate.
He is right. And it's I don't even know how to articulate. Well, I can, but I don't. You will not. You cannot begin to imagine how much more valuable you become if at any point you can talk about almost anything in front of a group of people, no matter who they are. So if you're someone and you have the ability to talk to different people at different levels, depending on where they are, you can meet them at their level, and you are fine with just, you know, just getting up in front, like things happen. But most people are uncomfortable with that, and they don't do it because it's uncomfortable, and it's like you don't grow. So yeah, think about what I'm doing here, this live stream, right? A lot of people, when they hop on camera, like let's say they're doing a Zoom meeting or something like that, they seem awkward and stilted and just like rigid. How I am here is how I am in interviews. I talk to people the same, because I'm comfortable with cameras and microphones and people around me. I'm fine with people judging me and you know, being critical of what I say. It's those things make you a more valuable person because it's rare. One thing I want to start doing, I want to sign up for Toastmasters. I need to get better at staying on topic. That's my problem is, you know, I can talk forever. You know, I can get up in front of people and I can go on and on for hours. If people are there and they're, you know, engaging, I can go back and forth for hours. But I want to get to a point where I can just go in and just have a speech, not a speech, a real speech, but like a thing, and just straight through 20 minutes, impact, move, go on. You know, I would love to be able to get to that point.
Talk about feminism, right? Talk about Top G, talk about marriage and divorce. Can you elaborate on this topic, right? With a zero preparation, with no notes, with no teleprompter, and just talk for the next 30 minutes. I can talk about it, no problem at all. But, you know, a lot of these kids, man, it's the rise of technology, right? The Unabomber is 100% correct. Once again, I don't have any notes or any research.
We should read the Unabomber manifesto. Or will I get in trouble for doing that? I'm pulling it up right quick. The Unabomber was an incredibly smart person. And you know what? I don't know if I disagree with his take. Now, was what he did, but man, like it's, well, I think, you know what, that's going to be a thing that I'm going to do. Maybe that could be a video. Who knows? All right. So we want to do a Unabomber video or something. Unabomber manifesto. All right, let's go on.
Right, I'm just trying to think about what he said, the Unabomber. Once again, I definitely look up his story, right? He said, I believe it's something like this, right? The Industrial Revolution and its consequences has been a disaster for the human civilization. I don't know if I got 100% correctly, but I'm probably 90% of the way there at least, right?
So
yeah, too much technology is terrible and terrible for humans. These modern people, right, they think they're so smart. They think, oh, look, we're graduating from high school, we're graduating from universities, we're getting our master's degree, we're getting our PhDs, right, at a higher rate than ever before. But nowadays, do you really think you're smarter than Stephen Hawking? Do you think that
it's also easier to get these things? The bar has been dropped. A lot of degrees were recently made because there was this push to get people to go to college. And I imagine that a lot of these colleges realized that a lot of the people who are going to college probably shouldn't go there. So they probably created these degree programs to, attract more, to get a more diverse set of people to come through their university because they make more money that way. So the degree is not that hard to get these days. And that's not all degrees. Obviously, some degrees are greater than others. I may be biased, but I'm going to go out and I'm just going to say it. A STEM degree is a lot harder to get than most other degrees. A STEM degree is a science, so that's chemistry, physics, biology. Biology it's a thing. Biology. You got the technology, so maybe like software engineering or electrical engine. Well, there's also the E part, computer, like technology, tech, not necessarily computers, but anything that's new, the cutting edge. Then you have engineering, and that's the classical ones, the electrical, the mechanical, the chemical. Also you got like nuclear and petroleum. You got all those other, stuff, but the classic ones are those three. Also, you got software engineering now, but that's kind of a mix of, And then you have mathematics, which is obviously it's math, but also applied math like statistics. Also, what I do, computer science. So my degree is it's kind of a mix of all of them, really. So yeah, these types of degrees are a lot harder to get than something like a business degree. Sorry for those of you who have business degrees. Back when I was in undergrad, I looked at the business folks as people who didn't know what the hell they wanted to do, or people who were just going to school because they were told that they had to go to school. Because I'm like, it's not that hard. I'm over here minor. I'm taking the courses with them as well, but they're thinking it's hard. I'm like, what the hell? Interesting.
You're smarter than Albert Einstein. No, it's
I'm
because
not smarter than
you
Albert
got
Einstein or
Google,
Hawking.
you got AI, you got
I'm a fucking idiot
ChatGPT, you got
compared to them.
Alexa, right? I'll give you guys another great example, right? If I ask you guys this question, what is the capital of Australia, right? 95% of you will
Is
get
it
it
Melbourne?
wrong.
I have no
Probably
idea what it is. It's the capital of Australia, or is it? No, it's not Melbourne. I don't even know all of the cities in Australia. I know of Perth. I know what's that? Sydney. Yeah, those are the only ones I know. Those are the only cities in Australia I know. I don't know anything about Australia. I just know it's the largest like island continent. All continents are technically islands, but you know what I mean. Like, it's the only country that's also a continent, that's also a giant island in the middle of the Pacific. It's the big island, and the real big island in the middle of the Pacific.
80% of you would say it's Sydney, right? It's not Sydney. And the other 15%, they'll say it's Melbourne. It's not Melbourne. The capital of Australia, it's Canberra. Yes, there's a city in Australia, it's called Canberra.
Is that the one that's in the south? I think I have heard of that city. I think it's in the south. Let me see. I want to check maps. Then no, I have no idea. Oh yeah, I was right. Yeah, it is in the south. I have heard of that city. Yeah, but I only know the big cities. Oh, I forgot Brisbane. I forgot about that one. As I said, I don't know anything about. Oh, I forgot about Darwin too. Shit, I forgot all about Darwin. We have a giant port here in Darwin. I should have known that one. We also have a man named with the last name Darwin. I should have remembered that one. I don't know. But I wouldn't fault most people for not knowing the capital of a country. To me, that doesn't mean that you're smart. It just means that you have that knowledge. I distinguish between knowledge and intelligence. Like, there's a bunch of things that I don't know, but that doesn't mean that I'm not intelligent. There's also the flip side. Just because you are not intelligent doesn't mean that you don't know a lot of stuff. They're not the same. They shouldn't be conflated. I don't even think there's much of a relationship between the two. Maybe there is, but it's probably not a strong one.
the rise of technology is terrible. People are not actually getting smarter. I think people are getting dumber. In
Agreed.
fact, I know this word can trigger a lot of people, right?
Oh,
I
the
kinda
R
want to
word?
use the R word.
RETA?
Honestly, I would say probably maybe 20%. It could be higher. It could be 25 or 30% of college and university graduates in the 21st century. Yet, I would say they fall into this category.
I had to disagree with him only because that word actually has an IQ range associated with it. You have to have an IQ of below 70. It's unlikely that anyone in college has an IQ below 70. What's more likely the case is that most of the people in college have average IQs, and because IQ is the way it's obviously it's man-made, but it's centered at 100. So it's a normal distribution. It's centered at 100. So that's the average. So I would assume that most of the people in college are around average. There may be, a standard deviation. I forgot what the variance is. It may be 15, maybe. I can go look at it too, but let's just assume that it's about 15 points for the variance or for the standard deviation. So let's say 85. People in college, most of them are probably going to be between 85 and 115 on the IQ scale, which is fine. I guess if we want most people to go to college, we have to accept that most people are average. So we have to make sure that they can get through it. All right. So, yeah, they're not that. That's what I'm trying to say. They're not this. They are smarter than that. We gotta be real. We can't just say anything, right?
Agree. The R word with a hard R. Yes, I said that.
The hard R.
Like I talked before, right? Every time, I'm put into a group, when we are giving out a group presentation, obviously sometimes I have notes written out. I will review them, right? Then I just stand in front of the class, then I just talk. That's it, right? And I did that throughout high school. I did that in college. I did that in university. I never had any problems in any of my presentations. But for so many people, I would say probably over 90% of these university and college students, right? They don't even use their notebooks anymore. So I'm very concerned because I think a massive percentage of the population, right? I don't think they can actually physically write anymore. Because nowadays you got Grammarly, you got autocorrect. So anytime you type something wrong, it just automatically corrects you.
See, I didn't think he was going there. I thought he was going with they can barely write, because I was going to say, yeah, that's the case. Because if you look at my handwriting and you compare it to what my handwriting used to look like, it's embarrassing. I have regressed, but I haven't. It's because when you don't practice, you lose it. My handwriting is shit. And the only way, my handwriting isn't shit. It's the way that I write. I write sloppy. I write fast. When I take my time, my handwriting is amazing. It's just, it takes too long. And my thoughts, I think much, much, much faster than I can write. And it bothers me when I'm trying to write my stuff, and then I have these thoughts, and then I'm like 5 thoughts in and I'm still trying to write down the first one. I'm just like, So what I'll do is I'll start to write really fast, and I'll mix in cursive and I forget what the regular writing is. I forget what the regular type of writing is. I don't even know the name of it. But yeah, I write a mix of cursive and regular, and it's only due to speed. It's the only reason. And when I say I write a mix, it's typically the first letter is the regular, and then everything else is cursive and script.
But so many people, they just, when they go in front of a classroom, they just pull their phone, and they have maybe, 500 words or 1,000 words that's being typed out, and that's being saved on the notes on their phone. And when they're giving out a presentation, they're just like this. Today we're going to talk about
I would call somebody out if they were doing that.
2024 election, right?
Look at me when you talk to me.
2024 presidential election, right? It was supposed to be a neck-and-neck race, but Trump ended up winning all 7 swing states. I think, is that what I said? Oh, yeah, I believe, yes, Trump got 77.3 million votes, and Kamala Harris got 75 million votes. I mean, this is a massive problem, right? So if you guys go back to some of my older videos, right, I'm not trying to sound like a smartass. Listen, I want to be 100% honest in all of my videos. I know I'm not the some medical marvel. I know I'm not the brightest monkey in the room, right? But you gotta be able to use your brain a little bit, use a little bit of common sense. And once again, sometimes just writing down actual physical notes just like that in your notebook, it actually helps versus just typing things out.
This person, he's probably above average. If I had to assume or guess, he's definitely above 115. He's probably 115, 130, maybe even higher. What I found is that it's weird. It seems that smart people know that they know that they're not that smart. But you know what I mean? Like you can be smart like me. I'm smart, but at the same time, I know that I'm not that smart. And I had to tell people, and I'll get criticized. Oh, you can't accept a compliment and all that other kind of stuff. And I'm like, no, that's not it. Just because I am the smartest person that you know or that you've ever met in your life doesn't mean much to me, because I've been around literal geniuses. I know I'm not on their wavelength. Not like that. Not when it comes to just processing power. I may be able to make connections and all that kind of stuff that they may not be able to do as quickly, but other than that, nah. So yeah, it's interesting.
Right?
This dude is probably smarter than he thinks.
Some of my longest videos where there's a 30-minute video where I talked about woke ideology. Yes, I did have some notes written down that was just like this. I will go on to review the notes, and I just stay into the camera. Once again, I'm not actually reading the notes as I am recording the video. There's no teleprompter. The background is empty, and I just start talking. So that woke ideology video, I probably recorded for 45 minutes straight. I just talked after I reviewed all my notes, and I probably cut out 10 to 15 minutes, and I uploaded the 30-minute video. Same thing if you watch my 33-minute video on why Chinese immigrants are a major threat to white people. Yes, that's how I actually titled it. I believe I only had maybe 2 pages worth of notes, right? Sometimes it takes way too much time to actually write down an entire paragraph. Sometimes I would just go with bullet points, right? So I just see one bullet point, right? I think I started a video talking about the Vancouver housing market, how it's completely crashed due to the massive influx of Chinese immigrants, mostly from the Chinese city of Hong Kong. Basically, I would just write down one massive bullet point, since they talk about the Chinese immigrants from Hong Kong. Then I can just expand on that point for 5 to 7, 8, possibly 10 minutes. Then I move on to the next point, right? So I only had about 2 pages worth of note. It was just on one piece of paper, front and back, with a bunch of bullet points, and I expanded that into a 33-minute video. Same thing if you watch my video on the severe consequences of secularism, right? The end of objective morality, the end of God, and where I talked about God is real. It's the only way to save the current human civilization, right? That video.
That's one of the things that when I agree. I agree. While I was on my travels, and maybe I'll get into that later. Maybe not in the middle of this. Let me put a little note to myself. How I know, God is probably real. So before I even move on, I will say that I think that God is real, but I don't think that God is in everyone's life. I don't believe that God loves everyone. I'm not one of them. I think that all of the people who have God in them are the ones who he That's how I feel. Anyway, let's keep going.
It was 36 minutes. Once again, I did some research, right? I wrote down a bunch of notes. And that video, I think I wrote down maybe 3 or 4 pages worth of notes. Once I reviewed all my notes, I turned on the camera and I started recording. I probably recorded for about an hour, I would say, maybe 55 minutes. And I will end up cutting out 20 to 25 minutes. And the end product was a 36-minute video. And that's it. That's how I'm able to upload these videos while working a full-time job, right? So, and I'm very, very concerned for the next generation. So I'll give you guys another great example, right? Say someone's interested in the rise and fall of communism in China, right? And if they want me to produce a 1-hour documentary, Honestly, I can probably finish that video in like 2 days, right? And for now, I'll give you guys very, very simple points, right? Once again, I'm actually going impromptu. I don't have any notes or anything. I'm not looking at the computer. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not looking at the blackboards. I don't have any notes written down, right? The reason why China became communist, well, you have to go back to the end of World War I. Don't worry, I will expand on this topic because it's actually very interesting, right? So you guys heard of this beer? So this is the only Chinese beer that is actually exported. I know it's spelled this way, like Tsingtao, but the city is called this. How do I know this? Qingdao. Yes, it's pronounced Qingdao. See, it's all on top of my head, right? You have to go back to the end of World War I because during World War I, actually Japan was on the Allied side.
This is one of the things that threw me for a loop when I was in Taiwan, because they will sometimes have romanticized, is it romanticized spelling, basically with pinyin, and the pinyin would say something. Let's say, for instance, Kaohsiung, K-O-A. I look at it, I'm like, that's Kaohsiung, but then when I look at the characters, I'm like, that's Gao with a G. And I'm like, what's going on with here? And there's like, that's actually how you say. And then I learned that there's more than just pinyin for Roman. I don't know how you say that word, for the Roman, whatever our alphabet is, right? There's two systems in Taiwan. They used another one. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. No wonder I'm looking at these. I was wondering, I'm like, man, like, am I just this bad? Because I know everything is in traditional characters over there. So I was thinking, I'm like, man, is it really that different? And now it turns out that I was right. So I was actually proud of myself. I found out that I actually could read, and looking at it, so I'm like, I thought this was that. And they're like, it is that. I'm like, then how come it says this? And they're like, well, I learned something.
They were considered to be victors, right? The reason why China actually became communist was the 100% the result
Qing
of
Dynasty.
the Treaty of Versailles. Yes, the Treaty of Versailles.
Qing Dynasty, I think was the last major dynasty before. I think that's the one that the Opium Wars. Is it? I mean, let's see. Opium Wars, Qing. Yeah, it is the Qing Dynasty. Yeah. It was between them, and they fell after that. And then I want to say the Kuomintang in Shanghai, or wherever they were. I think they were mostly in Shanghai. They were the rulers for a little bit. It was a pretty broken and fragmented society. They didn't really have a strong like central authority due to those wars, that were waged on them. And as far as I remember, the Communist Party, the CCP, they fought a civil war with KMT and some other folks. They won. KMT withdrew, fled to Taiwan, and they operated Taiwan. They both claimed China, and I think that's where we are right now. That's why they're upset with one another. Now, as far as I know, China, I don't know. I know that Taiwan is potentially a province of China. Maybe, I don't know. Not really. Who knows? I don't think Taiwan was part of the Qing Dynasty. I know that Japan had control over Taiwan for a bit. The Portuguese had control over it. Is it the Portuguese, or is it the Dutch? No, I think it's the Portuguese, because Portuguese had control of Macau too. So it must be Portuguese. And yeah, I think there was some other group, but I forgot. For what it's worse, it's not my history, so I don't have to know it. That's going to be my excuse for being ignorant. It's that it's not my history. I simply don't care as much.
100% the reason why that Germany ended up becoming a fascist totalitarian state. It's all because of the Treaty of Versailles and in the city of Qingdao.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, at the end of World War I, World War II happened because of World War I. Like, after there was, after the conclusion of the things that they put Germany through, that's the reason why. That's the reason. If it weren't for that, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't have had a World War II. I'm quite confident we wouldn't have had a World War II if certain powers, specifically the U.S., UK, and France, and others, if they hadn't, caused so many financial issues, I'll just say it that way. Like such an man, if they wouldn't have did that, we likely wouldn't have had a World War II. We likely wouldn't have had a lot of things happen, but things go the way they go, and here we are, right?
I know the date. The date is very easy to remember. Yeah, May 4th. There was a massive May 4th movement that erupted across the country because, the conditions for the Treaty of Versailles, most of you guys probably know, right? The conditions were horrible for the Germans, but it was also horrible for the Chinese. That's why they wanted a revolution.
I didn't know that for the Chinese.
The May 4th movement. And guess who was one of the leading prominent figures that rose up from the May 4th movement from China? Yes, the big daddy, the god of all of them, right? The supreme leader, the one and only chairman Mao Zedong. Yes,
it is.
That's how he actually rose to power. It was all because of the Treaty of Versailles. And by the way, what is the predecessor? Why do I want to mention the Tsingtao beer? The reason why China actually got hooked on consuming beer is because of the Germans. So the port of Shandong, where the city of Qingdao is located, it used to belong to the Germans, and then it was handed over to the Japanese. Actually, I can expand on this story a lot further, but I'm hoping you guys actually get the point, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So the next generation is 100% cooked, right? Anybody nowadays, right, you can pull up Google on your phone. You can look up, the conquest of Napoleon. You can talk about Alexander the Great, right? Anybody can just copy and paste a bunch of stuff from Britannica or Wikipedia or the National Geographic or the History Archives, right? You can copy and paste a bunch of notes on Microsoft Word, and you can just read the whole thing out, or if you have a teleprompter, right? But in order for you to take your talent to the next level, you can't do that because anybody can do that, right? You gotta be able to deliver these topics, these presentations impromptu with.
I don't fully agree with that. I don't think that the power or the thing that you need to be able to do is to be able to deliver it impromptu. I think what's more important, even if you're pulling sources from these other places, you need to understand why those things happen. So think critically about these facts. One of the things that I found incredibly helpful is to look at a lot of these events through the perspective of the geography. Geography doesn't lie. A lot of times geography can give you strong indicators of what may happen. Let's do an example. Let's say China and India, Bangladesh, and I guess all of Southeast Asia. The geography. Okay, well, what could potentially happen? Most of the water, and if you don't know this, most humans need water to survive. Most of the water is up north in China, in the Tibetan, and those mountains, and those up there, those mountains. That's where most of the water is. All those rivers, they're fed by those places, and they flow south. Well, who's south of China? I don't know, Vietnam? Maybe Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Myanmar to some extent, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Well, Sri Lanka, India is the big one. They're south, they're down south. So what happens if, another country decides to change the geography such that they're building dams and preventing water from going downstream to the half a billion people in Southeast Asia and 1.5 billion people in South Asia. It's actually more than that. That's just India, but I'm just let's just say about 2.5 billion people in South and Southeast Asia. What's going to happen, right? So if you look at it from the lens of geography, you can kind of start to think about, okay, if somebody decided to cut off a river, which I need for my livelihood, what would I do? How would I feel about that? Or let's say China, for instance. Why is it so important for them to have access to Taiwan? Well, if you look at the geography of China, you'll see that their whole western border is just land. It's nothing. It's all of Central Asia. It's desert. it's only their East Coast that has access to the sea. The problem is that sea is a relatively shallow sea, you know, and and they can't project, you know, power, and there's a lot of things, right? So if you look at a lot of things through the lens of geography, a lot of things will make sense. You could also follow the money. That's also a really good one. You can also look at culture, but I think geography plays a bigger impact than culture. Anyway, let's keep going.
Absolutely nothing prepared. Man, Charlie Kirk has always raised this question, right? So it's college a scam? Honestly, here's the thing. Some of you, right? At this point, you gotta be 100% honest with yourself. Do you really think that you're a smart person academically? I mean, honestly, and you gotta look at yourself in the mirror and think that, you know, I'm actually good enough to, you know, go to university. I'm actually good enough to get a master's degree. I'm good enough to become a doctor or become a lawyer. Because these post-secondary institutions, they're not for everybody, right? This is what happens. And obviously, this girl, Alicia, right? She's a diversity hire. And this is the severe consequences, you know, when you force these agendas, these diversity quotas, BS onto people, because it makes people more racist. Because Alicia is a Hispanic girl, right?
I don't think it's that. It's just I don't think it has anything to do with her being Hispanic or any of that. I don't think it has anything to do with her being a female. I don't think it has anything that, actually, never mind. Yeah, diversity, DI, yeah. I suppose so then, never mind. She has two things going for. Three, potentially. You know, she's a immigrant. So she's Latin American or Hispanic, whatever they want to call it. I don't know what they call themselves. And she's female. So yeah, that's a trifecta right there. Of course she's going to get in.
Not just her white classmates, even the black classmates also, right? They're going to think that, oh my God, look at this stupid brown girl. She's illiterate. She can't read or write. The only reason why she's here is because she's brown and she speaks Spanish. That's it, right? So in conclusion, right, I think this topic is very important to discuss, right? And also there's a lot of potential. School is pretty empty right now, as you guys can see. I would say starting in September, right? Labor Day weekend, which is just over 3 months away, right? Once school reopens, I will be interviewing dozens of these universities and college students, right? In Ottawa, we got Carleton University, Algonquin College, University of Ottawa. These schools combined for roughly 100,000 students, right? These are massive conglomerates. So it's very important to actually sit down and interview and talk to some of these university and college students, and in order to understand their perspective. And I think it's so important to talk to these young people, these 17, 18, 19-year-olds, in order to understand what the hell is going on in their head, because they're the ones who are going to be the future. And once again, I've said this so many times before, throughout human civilization, any human civilization, doesn't matter which part of the world you live in, the next generation must surpass the previous. And when the next generation cannot surpass the previous, when you end up with girls like Alicia, who is attending one of the best universities in the world.
He's right, but we've already passed that point. Gen X, they didn't do better than their parents. Millennials, we will not do better than our parents. I don't see Gen Z doing better than their parents at all. And Gen Alpha, they already seem cooked. I don't see that going anywhere.
And she's 100% illiterate, and then that civilization is going to end. That is the guarantee. So this topic is going to be continued. So the series of student interviews, they will start this September. Thank you guys so much for staying all the way until the end. I will see you guys next week.
He's doing student interviews. I wonder if I should go to the college. We have colleges here. We have UH, we have Rice, HBU. What else do we have? We have an A&M satellite campus out here as well. Sorry, I'm late. Okay, just making sure. Okay, let's go on to the next video. Where are we going? Where are we at? Okay, so we just did the Chinese historian. Now maybe we can do Alba and Preach. I like their content a lot.
A masculine
Before
man
we start though, I gotta make sure we get that shared. And then we go ahead and give it a like. Let's go.
needs to know when to come into his feminine to pull his girl out of the fit that she may be in. And a lot of the times what men do, period, is if a woman gets into a tiff, because we have to remember, masculinity keeps track. Oh, I've showed up every day. I told her I loved her yesterday, today, this morning. You think you're doing a good job. But that one time you didn't say I love you on the phone, we're over here like, damn, does he love me? Like, and that's just a natural thing, by the way. People could say, well, she's insecure. You can say whatever you want to say. Why does a baby cry? Why does a dog howl? Why does the sun...
You compared women into a baby, and it's like sometimes I'm listening to these broads, and it's either you really want to, women are the best, and sometimes to defend yourself, you're putting yourself against the lowest of the lows.
There's nothing low about a baby.
I'm sorry, but a full-grown woman is not going to be compared to a baby. All right? I mean, a baby that's learning about life, that they can't control their emotion, can't control their fucking bladder, can't control... No.
I think babies are the greatest.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, shoot. Cool. Anyways, no, you're gonna compare
here
it to
trolling.
a dog that's howling? Like, nah, my girl. You see, take this L. I got it for you. That's not a defense. That's not a. Oof, my God. That's
so
what
now that she's compared herself to a dog, is it okay to call her a bitch?
Nah, you wild.
Well, I'm wild?
Not really, but you wild.
I don't think that was that wild. I'm gonna be honest. She's the one who put herself on.
Fair,
but,
fair. But yeah, nah. Sometimes you think you said something, but you really didn't say anything.
Maybe you can't understand it because you just need to get in your feminine, pull her back.
I don't know what the fuck that meant. That meant nothing. Come on now, B. Pull your feminine and talk to your girl. Shut up.
You don't have an argument with your girl. Like, hey, chill, man. And she's like, no. She's like, bitch.
You know what I mean?
We can't even say it.
What does that mean?
Hey, I'm gonna need you to put your bitch.
And then people, I can already hear people saying, "Oh, that's just because you're insecure to be feminine." Really? You're talking to me about that shit? Really? Me? No, it ain't. It's just it didn't mean anything. Girl. No, I get you. The fuck does that mean? You're not going to. That man, nothing. You said a bunch of nothing.
Why does the sun come up in the east and go down in the west? It's just the way that it is, and we get to emotionally regulate that.
I wonder if she didn't look like this, would anybody even be listening to her? Would she have a podcast? I wonder these things, and maybe it's wrong to wonder these things, but I've noticed that I very rarely see very unattractive ones doing stuff like this. It's always maybe they're just invisible to me, but I don't think so. I don't know why.
What do men do? Men say, well, why are you so upset? What did I do wrong? Don't you see that I did? Now you're trying to run off the track record, not realizing that femininity lives in the now. How do I feel right now?
What have you done for me lately?
You can't come and say, oh, damn, baby, you're right. I meant to say that I love you. I don't even...
No. That's some delusional shit right there. That's delusional right there.
Yeah, you know what I think?
I love Abba's face.
I think sometimes people are a bit dysfunctional, and they attach their dysfunction to different things to make it more valid.
C'est vraiment ça.
I can't control my anger. You understand femininity as a result of my mood swings from my period.
Check yourself.
Sometimes I'm going to call you a baby back bitch when I get mad. It's like, whoa.
No, regulate yourself.
Be accountable, right? It's not reasonable that I tell you I love you every day, and the one time I forget, you have a hissy fit. You might say, hey, you forgot to tell me you love me today. And honestly, it made me feel that's fine. That's okay. But throwing a hissy fit because you can't regulate the fact that I didn't say I love you once, but I say it every other day. Of course, I'm going to bring up the fact that I normally say it all the time. It's not reasonable for you to ignore all the good I do and then just hyper-focus on this one slight mistake. That's not reasonable.
Wait, that's not reasonable?
When I walked in,
what?
You didn't say...
That's not reasonable? If not, then that's been my entire experience. Is that all of the other things that I do, those are ignored. You know, and then if I don't do one thing, then all of a sudden, I'm an evil person. No, I can't do anything right. It's interesting to me, you know? It's like all the other things I do, yeah. The only thing you care about is this one thing that I didn't think of. Okay.
Hey, welcome to my home, nigga.
Bitch. Let me get my feminine.
Yeah, you got this feminine. It worked. It worked.
Bring you back.
It worked on Preach.
That's what sidekicks do. That made no. Pour de vrai?
Yo, fellas, I'm gonna need y'all to get in your feminine next time y'all get in an argument. Your girl just loses it.
Yeah.
I'm like, girl.
I don't even know. Girl. What we're not gonna do.
What we're not gonna do.
What we're not gonna do.
Nah,
Listen, no. Regulate your goddamn selves. We're grown-ups here. Like, you have this image of men sometimes that they have, like, you're looking for a father that's gonna tell you, yo, stop throwing that fit right there. Yes, daddy. That is cringe. That's super cringe. Regulate your goddamn self. You're a human being, you're an adult, a full-grown, but you're gonna compare yourself to a baby and a howling dog. Yo, get the fuck out of my face.
And if you can't come to say, oh, damn, baby, you know, you're right. I meant to say that I love you. I don't even, then she can come out of the fit and get away from the wrath and come back into flow of,
that's passive aggressive.
No, it's because we're looking at patterns. Why are we looking at patterns? Because we're checking for safety. We are always testing, am I safe?
Whoa. I just heard a contradiction here. If you could do something all the time, you've noticed a pattern. If you see one occurrence where it doesn't fit that pattern, that's not a new pattern. That's just an event. A pattern isn't established until there are multiple events, you know, maybe sequentially or maybe over a period of time. But just one occurrence of something isn't a pattern. You know, maybe not.
Here.
Whatever causes you to take the history of peace that I've given you from whatever time.
Yeah, the pattern of
if I'm
peace.
your man, at
The
this point,
pattern
you've got
of
at least
peace.
7, 8, 9 seasons of qualifications that made me a person that you could lead with.
Yes.
And because one spike or decrease in femininity makes you all of a sudden question your security, then maybe you didn't feel safe here.
No, that's
you
not
have
the truth.
you have your own work to do.
But
what I'm supposed to do.
She said, you're speaking.
Yeah.
I can already tell you go.
I've never heard that. Wait. I've never heard that as a response to as like a challenge. You're speaking logically. It's like, well, that's what you do in conversations and discussions and things where you're trying to convey a point and get someone to understand it or resonate with it.
But that's not us. Then, you know, learn how to do it. That's stupid.
Speaking logically.
Well, you have your own work to do. But what I'm supposed to do.
She said, you're speaking logically. I can already tell where this is going.
I feel you can't never refute someone's feelings.
It's like
that's why they'll always go to how they feel.
What happens? They'll be like, okay, I get you're telling the truth.
Yeah, I understand.
But can we focus on the lies?
2 + 2 does equal 4, but you know, in my head, it equals blue.
Listen,
my
we're
truth.
talking about reality, but can we get back to fiction, please?
What you're saying is makes perfect sense. But what I'm trying to say is that, you know, Luke Skywalker. Fuck out of here.
Let's go.
What do you?
She's saying logically like it's a bad thing.
Father's Day's right around the corner, and I have the perfect something. One click ahead, you have here. You have, but you know, then now.
You know what, babe? I understand.
This is exactly why men and women fight, because you're going to logic and she naturally goes to emotion. What you're saying makes sense, okay?
Of course it does.
Everything that you're saying makes sense
Thank you.
logically,
Right.
but emotionally it doesn't make sense.
That's
And
not
even
true. That is not even true. Like, don't try to think that emotions are always sometimes.
I was gonna say the same line. I was gonna say, don't think that emotions are always valid.
It's always emotions are subjective. So that's why we use logic, because that's the one thing that we can arrive to a conclusion objectively through logic, and not subjectively. It's just that's what you do with opinion. I don't know what is she saying.
No, I was about to say. Don't think that emotion is always some erratic fucking shit that has no logic and is untamed and it's not always that. You can have emotion and logical emotions. You don't have to be, it's my emotion, I'm living them. Ah! That's not what emotions are. Sometimes there's logic in your emotions. Don't stop acting like it's stupid.
Here's an example. If you are feeling grief or you're depressed, but it's after somebody important to you is no longer here, like they just no, they're not here anymore. It's logical for you to feel those emotions. That's what he's saying.
Two separate, different things. Logic and emotions. If you're smart enough, you can put some logic in your emotions and some emotion in your logic. There can be a balance. You can be pissed off at someone and it's logical because of the whole context of what the hell happened. There's emotion, but there's logic. It's not always like fucking erratic. I'm emotional right now. No, put some logic. No, okay.
I feel like he's about to troll. I feel like Abba's about to troll, bro. He got his lips puckered ready.
Don't stop saying that women are only emotion and men are only logic. Why did you got all these people crashing out? Do it again.
I'm in my logical season right now. Okay, I don't know if it's because I'm tired. I don't know if it's because I'm tired.
This nigga smashed his phone.
I don't know if it's because I'm tired, but I'll say, the whole time you were talking, you know what I kept thinking? What a feeling! Please believe it!
Get off me.
Yo, that song, I'm not gonna lie.
That's a jam.
That's a jam. Bro, when I be biking through the city, because like somebody asked, like, what do you be listening to? Miss Kara.
That's a jam. That's a jam.
That's a jam.
That's a fucking jam.
That's a jam. Because when you were like, we're not just all emotion, I'm like, what a feeling.
No, that's a jam.
Okay, that's a classic.
But yes.
I've never heard of this song.
Yes. Stop saying that. It's like you guys to defend yourself and
Must be a
defend
Canadian.
your fuck shit behavior. You're ready to lower yourself. You're like, I'm nothing but a baby and a howling bitch, and I'm only emotion. Let me be, and it's totally.
I've noticed that in some of the folks I've been with, that in one way they're like they want to have like, oh, I'm like, oh, you know, the typical strong independent crap, but at the same time, like they'll play victim. It's like, make up your mind. You know, either you're going to be the one who you can do all these things, you can do anything I can do. So then don't, in certain situations when it suits you, don't like lower yourself and pretend like you're a victim. It's really annoying. It gets old. And as I've gotten older, my tolerance level for that has gone down drastically.
Learn how to fucking act. You're a grown up.
And even a regulated woman, because it is natural. Why does a dog bark? I don't know. Why does a woman feel the way that she feels? I don't know.
The difference is that a dog cannot ask himself the questions, introspect.
I don't think dogs go to therapy.
Dogs don't introspect, okay?
You know what I mean?
You can. Stop. Oh my God.
Yeah,
this girl's goofy.
Again, I raise the question. Is it okay to call her a bitch?
I wouldn't go that route, but I would definitely go into the goofy. You're goofy.
I'm just saying, she keeps comparing herself to a dog, so why can't you say it?
Just explain yourself. You like the low. Nah, B, you're smarter than that. Stop.
Listen.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, stop.
Nah.
You're upset today.
Stupid.
You're upset
There's a
today.
bunch of people are in there. I'm upset.
Yeah, you're upset today.
It's just goofy.
You triggered.
You're willing to just lower yourself and a whole bunch of people just because you feel like I just want to act out. Fuck out of here, please.
No, my only problem, I understand the spike, and
Yes.
I understand that at some point she will get back to center and realize that she was safe. But what is my role other than offering a safe space for her to regulate her own feelings? I'm not going to come in here and pander to you on that day and be like, oh man, my girl. I'm more inclined.
Why can't you just love your person for who they and how they are?
No, because it takes a lot less energy and it causes a lot less confusion if you process your own emotion as you give it out or shortly thereafter.
When you say women live in the now, it's almost like saying, what have you done for me lately?
No. That's what I said earlier. That's what I was like, yeah. What have you done for me lately? That's what I said earlier.
It's exactly that. If you say
Bruh. All right. So I don't know who the other person was, but as soon as she said that, I'm like, that's what have you done for me lately? I arrived to that on my own. That other man in that podcast also arrived to that on his own. These two people are also arriving to it on their own. We're in different countries. We're different cultures. You know, I know we all have the same skin complexion, but you know, one's Ethiopian. I think he's Haitian. I know you can't see who I'm pointing to, but you can probably guess who's Ethiopian and who's Asian, right? I'm Black American, and I guess the other dude is Black American, I'm assuming, right? So it's like we're different backgrounds, and somehow we all came to the same conclusion over what she said. What must that mean? If all these people unprovoked, well, I guess provoked because she said that, but you know, we weren't primed to say, oh yeah, what have you done for me lately? That's insane.
Done till now, and all of a sudden now you're like, no, I live in the now. Well, it's like, well,
that's exactly what you're saying.
That's what have you done for me lately? Which
ooh yeah. That's you.
No,
this is not true.
And now she's saying, no, it's not that.
I don't know. Year 3.
Bruh. And the other dude's probably saying the same thing. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men who heard her say something, and we all came to the same conclusion independently. And she's going to say, no, it's not that. She's not logical, or they're not logical. That's the only way they can say that. I guess that's what makes us logical, because we're thinking, it's like, yeah, that's, of course. What have you done for me lately? That's, anyway.
Season 2, babe didn't text me, I love you back. I don't know if I'm safe.
If she feels because she's emotionally dysregulated based off of an action that happens because she's in the now, it's really fine to say, baby, I'm feeling a little insecure because you didn't slap my booty. Like, what's up?
So that's what I was saying.
Now that's her opportunity. Now you have the opportunity to meet her where she's at, to pull her out of it. You know what happens? No, turn around right now. Let me slap that. Whatever that is. And
So
now
here
you fix it.
That's not real life. These motherfuckers are not living in real life. They're not. They're really not. They're really not. It's like life is. Oh, no, I'm not even gonna.
It's okay to need reassurances. You know what I realized about a lot of these discussions? Most of the problems aren't in regards to what they're saying. It's just how they're saying.
Yes.
You know, there's nothing wrong with needing reassurance in a relationship. That's normal. You know, especially if you guys got some distance between you, or you guys are now taking on new projects, new babies involved, new job, different hours. Like, it's okay to have these moments of doubts, and you might ask your person for reassurance. What's not okay is throwing a fit, getting really upset, and then expecting the other person to just understand what's going on. You got to find decent and healthy ways to communicate that. And if you don't, that's okay once in a blue moon. But you should not normalize and be like, that's how women are. No.
No, I think they can, because they are better communicators. They are more empathetic, and they have more emotional intelligence. So yes, it's fine.
No. Okay? That's not something that we should ever standardize. We should never just make it normal. I'm going to just be hella fucking toxic while I'm in my now because you didn't say what I needed to hear. It's like, okay, well, you could have just told me, like, hey, you've got to tell me, obviously, that really means a lot to me. See? If you say that, most people would be like, that's endearing. My girl hit me up, and you say, you know what? She misses when I say I love her because I didn't say it today. Fine. That's okay.
A fit?
A fit?
Yeah,
that
man.
No.
That's how you end up alone, because shit is too difficult.
And it also makes you look unreliable. Like, if you gonna throw a fit over something this minor, like, how am I expect you to have my back when it's something more serious?
I can't believe you whenever you're gonna say something is serious. I can't.
No.
Because you flip on the smallest thing.
That's it. It's like crying.
It's the boy who cries
Cry
wolf.
for everything that I'm gonna.
At some point, you're gonna start crying. I'm gonna look at you funny. I'm gonna be like, well, okay, have a glass of water and let it pass.
Yeah. So it's just one of them situations where, like, listen, there's a balance between all these things. But what she's talking about is just too goofy for me.
Yeah, it is.
It's way too goofy.
100%.
And again, please, okay?
100%.
You can't have it both ways. You can't be the boss babe, independent lady,
Right.
and be a baby.
Right.
Dog.
Right.
You just can't do it. I've had many bosses.
Like, pick
I've
one,
never
make
heard
up your
themselves
mind.
compared to no fucking dog.
A bitch baby. Like, come on.
You feel me?
No.
Stop that.
Stop.
All right, you guys are definitely feeding into that whole narrative that women hate their accountability. You are 1,000% feeding into that narrative. Okay? So, anything else you want to say?
No, I'm done.
All right.
It must be true when both genders say it. I've heard females say the same thing. And most men that I know have mentioned it. And the reason why I say most is because some people just, they don't want to say those things. You know, they avoid it. All right, that was a good one. That was funny. I wasn't expecting that to go where it went, but it was fun. Let's see here. Let's go to No Protocol. This girl, like I said, I like this girl a lot. She just watches. She just reacts to like random shit, and some of it is new stuff. And yeah, I don't know. She seems to have some cool thoughts from time to time. So I'll go ahead and share her video. And if you end up liking it, I would encourage you to go to her channel and subscribe, or just go give it a like if you don't want to subscribe.
As well.
Ooh.
And actually you can see the flames coming up, so all that fuel is going down onto the undertrain.
Go. The car is literally on fire.
Opposite. Now,
did he just take off to extinguish the fire?
Rear tires as he was leaving the pit box. There'd be no damage. It looks much more spectacular, but just see they haven't removed that front left as much. So
Jesus, man, there's a tire down there.
We look at Max Power and the Power Motorsport team going to work on the
he missed it. He missed it. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? They both saw it.
There is a wheel nut on the ground.
This is what I mean. Like, you know, she's watching stuff that, you know, just anything. And she seems to find things to enjoy about it. It's just nice.
That should be attached to the car, not sat on the ground. And Max Powell is going to have to come back to the pit box. This looks like a disaster.
And they both saw it.
Down the pit lane. Here's a replay of the.
Look, he sees it
straight away, didn't they? That they hadn't got it on. Oh no! I mean, he hadn't even started to put it on.
No, it's lucky he actually stayed on as to get the car as far as it did.
Really decent of Max Powell, though. They must be feeling terrible.
That is good sportsmanship, because they do probably feel bad. So much goes into being a member of the pit crew. High stakes. Very little time to make mistakes, let alone fix them. And then I don't know where the driver was positioned here, but he probably didn't win after that. I was saying in a previous video that I wanted to see something that showcased the pit crew. I more meant an explainer video of what exactly they're doing, how they come into those positions. Also how they're trained.
What do you mean? Because I can probably find the links for that, because I happen to know some of these things. I used to be into racing back in the day. Not as much as F1, but, you know, pit crew, what do you call it? NASCAR, believe it or not. They just go in a circle. I like it.
And I received something on Patreon we're going to watch in the future. But I also received a lot of recommendations for this video.
Oh, she's good then. She don't need
I'm
it.
going to try to get through it without my heart just beating out of my chest.
Let's have a look at it. Jack comes in.
Ooh, the wrong
to the wrong pit box. Wrong box.
Keep moving.
Yeah. He's gone into HRT's box, then realises, then goes on to the next one. So easily done though. They're all wearing dark overalls, dark liveries. Very easy to make that mistake, isn't it?
And he's under investigation for that, because he's effectively blocked Lucas Stolt.
Hasn't pit.
Under investigation, it seemed like an accident though.
Yeah, but they still got to investigate. They still got to investigate it.
Coming in, Webber is now coming in as well. Mark Webber, fairly tidy stop. He's out there again.
He's gone to the wrong garage. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton has had a bit of memory fade and has gone to McLaren. They waved him through. It's not his garage. Get on with it, Lewis. Jensen's coming in.
I love they're all laughing about it too.
In a few years' time.
He did say he was going to go back and enjoy some of the catering at his
Nicholas
old team.
Scherzinger.
There's nothing there for you, Lewis.
The boys have got it worked out. He's so lucky somebody else wasn't coming in as well. I've got to ask you about that pit stop. You fancied stopping at McLaren, old time's sake, maybe?
Yeah, I just did a Jensen. He did that a couple years ago.
Why is a brain fart like that so relatable?
Listen, look at that. He's in the wrong.
It's just an accident. It's a mistake. It's honest mistake.
Working the cars. And crucially, Sebastian Vettel gets away first. That was a terrible mistake there by Jenson Button.
How did he do that? It's all dressed in blue. Button stopped at the wrong pit lane.
77 Right Motorsports. Seb Prior for AO Racing in the bright green car. Oh, problem in the pit lane. The number 20 high-class racing car has clipped a tyre that was laid out for Juan Pablo Montoya in the Rick Ware racing car. So that's going to be a penalty for one or other of those teams.
Sheldon van der Linde then, the 2022 champion, comes in to make his stop full-time race winner in DTM, but he's going to struggle. Oh, problem at the front right now. No.
Oh, no.
Just like Dennis Olsen. Is that the tyre stuck under, or they've spotted something with the wheel?
See the sparks coming from it.
Oh, absolute nightmare. They were so good at their pit stops last year as well, but it's the front right this time. They're all struggling, aren't they, with this...
Rossi leaving his stall, Kirkwood coming into his stall.
Ooh,
Bam, right there's the contact. This is the view from Kyle Kirkwood. Whose fault was this?
100% Kyle Kirkwood's issue right here. The outside front tire changer for Alexander Rossi is looking at who's coming down on the transition lane. That's why they call it the transition lane. You're not supposed to turn in from the fast lane. So 100% on the 27 of Kyle Kirkwood, and unfortunately, it wasn't just contact. You saw that he
brought, and now he is second with the net race.
I wonder how she's able to watch these or have reaction content on her channel without getting copyright issues. Because F1 is notorious for doing this, or maybe this isn't all F1. It's only been a couple, but even then, I'm surprised.
Isn't he?
Yes, there's only one position he wants.
I'm so surprised that I'm kind of scared to watch this whole video if it has all this, even though it's even smaller in mine and I'm stopping and all that kind of stuff. Because F1, man, like pain.
Meanwhile,
oh my gosh,
in the pit lane with
his tires are probably not hot enough.
He's pushing him out. I think he's spun in the pit lane somehow.
Again, beautiful sportsmanship. This is not their team.
Well, they got to get him out though, like regardless.
Has he come in for a pit stop, tried to lay some rubber down, and then had a spin? But it's a
yeah, they don't have a reverse yet, so they basically got to do it for their team.
It's a long way down from the Mercedes garage.
We saw it.
Let's see this again.
Oh, it's a pit stop.
So pit stop, and then they go out, lay down a bit of rubber. Off he goes. Whoa!
What happened there?
Could have been.
I've never seen that.
That could have been a little bit naughty.
Box is the Aston Martin.
Wait, is the tire just there? And he just runs into it?
Aston Martin picked up.
He just runs into it? He didn't see it?
In front of it and bounced it into the pit wall. Fortunately,
that went far.
It didn't go onto the track. It hit the outside pit wall, but there's no catch fencing there, so it could have easily gone onto the track. Now we're under full course yellow at the moment, but if that had been, there were cars going back past its speed, that could have been very nasty indeed.
With Catherine Legg, especially seeing how she came in on turn 3 as opposed to pitting off turn 4. This is her exiting her pit box. Oh boy.
Ooh.
So
Wow.
close. How
Oh
lucky
my.
is everyone that there wasn't a crew there set up, but she probably flat spotted her tire sounds, and that's why she would have come right back in.
Check this out. Look to the right-hand side.
Some British subscribers were telling me about Catherine Legg. I think she's the only Indy 500 female driver. Or at least she was last year when I looked it up.
Out of your screen. Christian Lundgaard almost hits a team member, hits a wheel, and more chaos on pit road.
It's just so easy to do. You're coming down. Those are team cars. They're pitted side by side. The last minute.
On literally every run of the day.
I wonder what they can do to make this less of an issue, because a lot of the problem seems to be the fact that the crew is all the way over on the left hand side, like with the garages. There's a transition lane, and then there's a fast lane. People are going in and out of the same lanes at speed, and I wonder how they could they do it on each side, or would that be too much of would that cost too much? Because the garages are attached to other buildings, I think, sometimes. So I wonder why they don't do that. Or maybe it's just not that big of a deal, but just looking at this, it seems like it is. But I guess this is a supercut where maybe it just appears to be that way.
Aaron, guys, easily holds up
Hey, Marty,
here.
VK came in and immediately created chaos.
Palou just got hit by Rinus VK, who got sideways. Are you kidding me?
Wow. We told you earlier that pit lane, your race can be made or lost. And you're seeing the ladder for the American Legion Honda with Alex Palou. The two guys who shared the
pit
lead
lane
for
is so
much
busy.
of the early part of this race have come together on pit road.
I didn't know they banned. Oh my gosh.
Sorry about that.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, man.
I love how he's just sorry, brother. Just call him sorry, mate. Sorry, man.
This is why only the bravest of the brave go on the front jack.
He got the car under control. Just never the final bit of speed didn't come
my.
on. I did this last week. It's terrifying driving at 50 miles an hour.
I suppose that's why they're wearing motors. It looks like a motorcycle suit, like all leather. I guess that makes sense now. You said I see why F1. I didn't know they did that. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't watched F1 in a very long time. In fact, there's maybe I can add a video. I can find the video. There is here. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the article. YouTube. Oh wait, not YouTube. F1. What is it? Their revenues are up, but something is down. I forget what's down. Like people watching or something, tuning in. All right, let's see. But viewership. See if I can. Okay, so F1 has experienced a significant increase in revenue, 14% year over year from 2023 to 2024. Let's see here. Viewership, however, has seen a slight dip in recent years. It's not really that slight. It's been going down since 2010. With a 3% year over year drop on ESPN in 2024. For what it's worth, 3% year over year is a compound. It's compounding. For whatever reason, we humans don't do well with that. But that's a compounded effect because before it went down and 3% of the new one is anyway. So while some races like Miami have seen record viewership, the overall trend has been one of slight decline. It's not that slight. Despite the decline in viewership, all right. I don't know if we would be able to find actual data because F1 is private, or they stopped publishing a lot of those numbers when things started to go south because it affects their sponsorships and all kinds of other things. So they kind of stopped publishing that.
A wall of men.
Yeah, is that the Jack man? He's certainly got some grazed knees. I don't know if he's got some knee pads under there, but well done, that man.
Ted, he's also got a bit of ice as well.
He was saying that it's scary to
I love he's
drive
just
at
laughing
50
it
miles
off.
per hour into a wall of men. But imagine being one of the men that makes up that wall. There's got to be a lot of mutual trust.
In the pit lane, the Forte, number 73. I think it was just when the fuel probe. Oh no, he moved.
Oh, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing?
So
I saw someone do this at a gas
Did they turn it green?
Pulled out of the Bowser. I thought it was just a brake fire because they were
shit,
all
and
over
it's on
that
fire
very
now.
quickly.
Fuck.
This is the Huracan, and they've got a fire.
They
on
need to
the
get the-
left-hand side.
okay,
How
there we
cool
go.
was the team there? Just a squirt of extinguishant and send the
Yeah.
driver.
He was able to carry on.
because-
Yeah, it is just like fire, fuck it. Put it out, go back to the race.
Daniel Ricciardo, the race leader. Chicane now, they haven't got the tyres ready. The tyres aren't ready. Ricciardo is sat there waiting. Did he make the call? Did the team make the call? Whoever made the call, the tyres weren't ready.
Damn.
Supersoft tyres going on. Hamilton
Whoa.
now makes his way around Anthony Nose, the final
Man.
corner. Ricciardo put in a really decent
That cost him
lap,
the race.
But is it going to be enough to come out of the pits and lead this Grand Prix? I rather get the feeling that it's going to be tight one. Here comes the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton. Ricciardo on the inside. Hamilton
Lewis
takes the
was
lead. But
flying.
Ricciardo, of course, has that inside line into Sandoval. Hamilton now leads after a pit stop that saw Daniel Ricciardo sat stranded waiting for his tyres.
I was called in the box. I didn't make the call. I got called, so they should
Dang,
have been
that's-
ready.
that's the
right
pit-
now, I don't
that's
wanna
the
hear
pit
it. I don't
crew
want to hear
fault.
anything. I want to get out of here, to be honest.
How fast is the fastest? No, let's say the average F1 pit stop.
I
And
thought it was
after that,
like
no,
a
Formula
second or
One has
two,
the
like 2
fastest
seconds,
pit
right?
Stop, so you'll have to let me know. But what's crazy about that last clip is that all that happened within 14 seconds, and that's counting the mistake. It's truly insane how fast they're going.
Happened to that.
And that is 51. That's the lead car that can't get into the pit lane. The leader is blocked in the pit lane. And this, there's just no way by.
Fuck.
That Lamborghini has ground to a halt in the pits. Number 51 is in danger of losing the race because there's a car that has just ground to a halt ahead of it in the pit lane.
This could be the race lost. It is absolutely gut-wrenching.
It's out of his hands.
All the reasons to lose a win in a race like this. You drive into the pit lane and there's a parked car, a roadblock.
Oh my goodness, now Alpine are coming into the pit lane. They think they're going to make a pit stop.
Well, Esteban Ocon is actually coming down the main
There
straight
are people
now.
all over the pit lane.
And there are a lot of
What
people.
is this about?
That's a shambles.
This is a shambles. Absolute shambles. We could see it coming. Alpine could see it coming. What is going on?
What are they doing?
That is a total and utter shambles of organisation.
It was a very, very close moment. You know, I'm arriving at 300 kph, braking on the last moment, and I'm seeing buyers and people around.
For whatever reason, that dry brake didn't break dry.
And actually, you can see the flames coming up, so all that fuel is going down onto the under tray, and you'll see when he drives away, the flames will go out over the top. Sometimes
Did
they
he catch
spray
on fire
water
too?
the car
Oh
when
yeah,
it
he did.
burns. And just underneath the under
Their clothes are
tray,
fire
you'll start to
retardant
see a
though, so
small
that's
flame
good.
will still
He's
stay
like,
on
nah, I'm
board.
going to put it out with speed. He's like, I'm going to go 200, it'll go out. I need to see the end of this. What happens after that? Oh, they told him to go. Oh, yeah, that works.
It went out on its own.
6 seconds is the gap between first and second.
They're removing a lot of classic tracks favor boring street circuits, and the current trend and regulations doesn't produce as many overtakes opportunities due to the dirty air from era. Okay. Yeah, I know some of the tracks are street tracks, and I've never enjoyed the street tracks, but I guess I understand why they do that, because it's easier for most people to go and see it. You know, given it's a spectator sport, you can, for instance, let's say, like I wanted to go to the F1 race a couple years ago, the one in Singapore, and while I hate that circuit, I'm not even lying. Like, I absolutely hate the Singapore circuit. It's boring as fuck. It's just, I'm like, I still wanted to go because at least I can see it without having to go out of my way to some track. And I don't want to have to do that because most tracks are kind of far out, away from a lot of people, away from the city because they're loud. And I don't want to have to deal with that. So like, if I'm gonna go to one, I'd rather go to one that's kind of in a city. I think the only one that's kind of in a city is in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Those two, the Autodrome and I forget what the other one is called.
As a result of that, right, the fuel's going in. So another team opting to take the long stop now. Finn Weberhaus. We got a fire in the pits. We got a problem. So
that escalated
extinguishers
so
are
quickly.
on standby, so that will be attended to very, very quickly. But our second place car, a bit of a fire in the pits.
And he's back out, and here's the lead. And he hits one of his guys. And
he took his guy out.
Into the pit wall, and he hit
That
one
guy
of the
flew in the
crewmen.
air.
Hit the crewman hard, just sailed right through his pit box, and I think he was just completely missed his box, Townsend, and thought he was in the next one. Yeah, the crewman got hit hard, and he was up against the wall. Looks like he might be okay. He's up and moving around, surprisingly. But
He also got back up and finished.
Well, yeah, that. So what you're noticing, ma'am, is what men do. But yeah, something bad happens. You know, something goes wrong. You get back to your post, because at least it's innate. It's hard to explain to someone who's not us, but we seem to understand that we're stronger together. You know, if one person goes down and they don't get back up, it's like everyone else is at risk. So yeah, it's like you have a job to do. All right, yeah, you get hit. It may hurt. You might be in pain. You may be injured, but get your shit done if you can, and then you can go and be injured later. That's kind of how I look at it. Think about when you're playing sports. If you play basketball or football, you know, you might get hit or you might do something and like you're injured, but you stay in until, you know, you get pulled out or something. You know, you keep contributing. You push through the pain. Pain happens, you know, you just deal with it. If you can walk, you're okay. That's what my coaches used to tell us. They're like, if you can get up and walk, you're okay.
Person you want on your team.
And they're quite early on in the pit lane as well. The mechanics have got to get themselves sorted out. Kimi Räikkönen in
and he will definitely.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh no! Kimi Räikkönen out.
Did he just run over his foot?
Of the mechanics.
And left rear wheels not on properly.
I think his leg was run over.
Stop, Kimi, stop the car, Kimi, stop the car.
Oh
For the second time this weekend, Ferrari have had a problem with a pit stop, and once again, it is an unsafe release with a tyre not fitted properly, and we just look and hope that the mechanic is okay. He's just lying down at the moment.
Antonelli, Colapinto, he's going to be putting on the super soft tyre, the quicker tyre. There it is, driver. Never been on a Formula 2 podium before. Will this be his day? Oh! A bit slow on the... Oh, no, it's come off! Oh, no, the tyre's come off. The right rear's come off of Amaury Cordeel.
So the mechanic who gets hit
we've seen this one.
down at Campos by the wheel is delayed in putting the wheel on for Marty, which results in the same incident for Marty.
Oh,
so
it happened twice?
Domino effect down the pit lane of left rear wheel issues.
It is the feed line. Actually, the feed line has come off the nozzle.
Oh, my goodness me, that's a ridiculous amount of fuel.
Yeah,
never see that, do you? Oh, my goodness, there's a fire there at
Ooh.
Racing.
Nick Percat's car is actually still on fire. They actually need to get some extinguishers. The teams that down that
That
far
is
end,
so
Red Bull
scary.
Racing and Shell V-Power are there with extinguishers to put it out, because obviously there was a massive ball of flame in the lane at BJR, and everyone has run to the attention because Nick Percat's car was still burning.
Fantastic response from all those people from other teams,
amazing.
Greg.
They were first on the scene.
Sensational level of collaboration
Teamwork.
there with all of the teams. There's people from Red Bull, from DJR, Team Penske, they're everywhere.
He gets a new nose, he's got the soft tyre phase out of the way, and he can join the back of the Crocodile. Oh, we got the fuel hose on.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
As well. Kovalainen's car, he was trying to leave
I've
too
never
quick
seen
to
something
get ahead
like
of
it.
Raikkonen.
It hit the fuel hit that dude's
Raikkonen, I think
exhaust.
his car should be okay.
The exhaust fumes coming out of those exhausts are hot. They're hot enough to combust. Enough unspent. What is it? Oh gosh, I forgot what it is. Stoichiometry. So if there's enough fuel in the air and it's not too much fuel and it's just right, it'll explode. So I assume that's what happened. You know, the arrow from that dude's car is kind of missing it, and then you have enough fuel and enough heat to just combust it as soon as that dude's exhaust goes by.
You would have seen the flame, but
Fuel spraying all over Kimi Räikkönen as well, into his face, into the car.
so obviously the exhaust pipes of Raikkonen's car set that fuel on fire. There it goes. Yeah, it goes from behind him and all around him.
That could have been horrible.
But unless it's damaged any wiring, I think Raikkonen can carry on.
Okay.
Could you imagine you get just doused with race fuel and you keep racing? I mean, I would probably take that risk, even though the suit is fire retardant, but I wonder how fire retardant it is when it's doused in race fuel. Like, can it be that fire retardant?
I'm really liking this YouTube channel. It's called Redline. It's going to be linked down below. He has a lot of other compilation videos like this. One of my key takes from this was just how dangerous motorsports can be. Well, that and everything that goes into it that I hadn't really considered. I remember the first time I watched Formula 1 specifically, I was thinking how the drivers are risking a lot going at those speeds. And they are. But
honestly, I want to say that I saw her video when she first started watching F1. I was like, that's interesting. What made you want to get into watching F1? But, you know, it's cool that she is. Have you heard of Niki Lauda's story? Incredible. No, I have not. I have not.
No idea what the pit crew is doing, or just how much of an underrated part of the team they are. This is one of those videos I probably would have found interesting whether I cared about the racing aspect or not, just to see the teamwork. And there were some moments of good sportsmanship here. Or for example, when there was a fire that seemed to transcend team and race because everyone worked together to really get it out. If you can think of another motorsport moment that should have been added, you'll have to let me know what it is. I haven't watched football or rugby on the channel in a while, so I'm going to go through your recommendations for those sports. Other than that, leave your thoughts.
All right. Well, yeah. Hopefully y'all go and find her, you know, check her out on YouTube. She makes really, really cool videos, I think. They're all over the place, but that's part of the reason why I like it, because I'm like that. I'm kind of all over the place. I have many interests. Okay, let's go and see what's next. Actually, I think I know what's next. I'm going to take a quick break. Going to go use the restroom. So I'll be right back. And yeah, see you soon. All right, back again. Wasn't going for that long, I don't think. He survived a crash at Nürburgring in F1, nearly burned to death, and came back weeks later to continue defending his championship. Oh yeah, never heard of him. Never heard of him. But I mean, I'm sure you can understand why. I don't actually watch racing. I used to play racing games. I used to do that. I've been on the track myself. Here, I can show you a photo. Give me a second. Let me switch my screen up. I logged in. Okay. So this is my Instagram thing. Let me find me on the track racing my whip. Here I am, right here. Your boy out here. So yeah, I was more into doing things. I can't even say was. I'm more into doing things myself than watching other people do things. I've always been that way. It's something in me. I can't just, I for whatever reason, I can't just sit and watch someone else do anything when I know I can go be out doing things. Maybe it's a character flaw, potentially. All right, anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go back to, where are we at? Is this becoming common? I don't know, but let's watch it. I don't even know what she's talking about.
Our coaches are already
decided. That's not a she. My bad. I don't even know what he's talking about. Oh man, I thought this was a she. I legitimately have been Like, I want to make sure that, let me turn down my music real quick. I want to make sure that I am getting content from a more diverse set of folks. I'm fine if it's still majority, you know, like 80% from males and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But at the same time, I still want to have, you know, some from females. So you gotta have a little bit of balance. And the balance that I'm using is my audience. About 15, wait, what is it now? Actually, let me check. I'm gonna check to see what percentage of my audience are female. Maybe it's gone down. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Let me see. Analytics, audience, advanced mode. We'll do this year. Gender. Okay, all right. It's still what okay. It's actually higher than I thought. Here we are. So 18% are female. And as we can see, most of them, they don't watch much. Oh, actually, no, that's a lie. Dang, you know what? Man, I gotta shout out the females. They got a longer attention span than you men. The hell wrong with y'all? Y'all are losing right now. I don't know if you want to lose to a female, but that's what y'all are doing right now. Or are you? Hold on, wait. Average percent viewed. Yeah. Y'all are losing. The hell? Now, at the same time, y'all are winning here. I don't know how this works. How the hell does this work? How is it possible that for females, the average view duration is like 25 seconds, but the average percentage viewed is damn near 20%. But on men, it's a minute and 14 seconds, but the average view is 7.2. Could it be that men are watching my live stream and women are watching my videos? Could that be the case? And if that is the case, that would be ironic because most of my videos lately have been me riding on my bike, not really saying much of anything. And I don't understand why any female will watch a dude who they can't see, who they don't know what he looks like, riding a bike. Anyway, put this back off over here to the side. And let's get into this video. Let's go to the beginning again. Oh, before I do that, let me share this. Okay, and I also want to give it a like. Or is it going to play? Okay. All right, we're dealing with this again. I have to click it
while he's in the middle of a game.
That's fucked up. That's disrespectful. Why would you do that?
Doing? What? What are you doing?
What do you mean?
I was playing a game. What are you doing?
Oh, I must have hit it on accident.
You hit that little button that was lit up on accident?
Well, now that you shut it off, do you want to help me do some things around the house?
Nope. Done.
What do you mean?
I'm done. No, I'm done.
What she did is abuse. It's just not the kind that we're allowed to talk about in this culture because the word abuse in our society means harm done to a woman. But this was vindictive, it was gaslighting, it was passive aggression. But because the victim is a man, no one cares. Our culture's already decided that only women get to be victims. If you type abusive relationship into Google Images, you will see wall-to-wall pictures of
Wait, what did he say?
Abusive relationships. Our culture's
if you type abusive relationships, let's see. Let's confirm. I don't want to just take his word for it. Oh, actually, I can do it over here. We can do Google. I'm going to google.com. Let me do that. Abusive relationships. And then images. Huh. Interesting. This is the man to the woman. Man and woman, man and woman. Man and woman, man and woman. What about the abuse that I experienced in my relationships? What about that? I've definitely have experienced abuse. I guess since I'm not strong and independent, no one cares, right? You know, they only care if you're strong and independent. You know how many times I've been hit by one of my girlfriends? I've never hit a single one of my girlfriends yet. For whatever reason, every single one of them hit me. One of them actually, she hurt her hand hitting me, and then blamed me for it. She like kind of punched me in this is when I was in shape. I used to be in shape, believe it or not. She punched me in my stomach, and my stomach is hard. It's, you know, it's not soft. Even now, it's not really soft. It's got some fat on it, but after that little small, I still have my abs. They're just hidden, you know. So she hit me, and cause you know they don't know how to punch. It bent her wrist back, and I like, how am I having to console her? And then I'm being blamed for something. I'm like, you fucking punched me? What the hell? Yeah, this is sick. It needs to change.
Already decided that only women get to be victims. If you type abusive relationship into Google Images, you will see wall-to-wall pictures of men harming women. No nuance, no complexity, no truth, just propaganda with a search bar. If you type, "Why is my husband yelling at me?" into Google, you get a domestic abuse helpline. But if you
oh, okay, all right. Why is my husband yelling at me? I don't get that. I'm not getting it. I wonder if it's because, okay, you know what? How about this? Let's open up another browser. Oops, Google. Why is my husband yelling at me? Maybe because I'm logged in, it knows that I'm a male. No, it's the same. What about wife? What do I get with wife? Look at that. What do you know? Interesting. Okay. No, I'm gonna get the whole page. So there's no AI available for this search. Let me try it again. Will it generate it this time? Was that just a fluke? Interesting. Okay. All right, let's go back to this one. Why is my husband yelling at me? Okay, this isn't an AI response. So then I don't know. I don't think there's anything to read into here, so I'm gonna just move on.
Type, "Why is my wife yelling at me?" into Google, you get this.
Maybe you had to do it on a phone.
Wife's yelling include.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not satisfied. I think maybe you had to do it on a phone. So what I'll do is we'll connect to my phone.
Stress, mental health struggles, disrespect.
Yeah, let's connect to my phone right quick. Where is my phone? Oh, here we are. There we go. Okay. Touch ID. Okay. Lock your iPhone. Okay. I didn't know it had to be locked. Now I have to unlock it? What? Follow instructions on it to unlock. Connect. All right, that took a little longer than I thought. So we'll go to Google. One thing, I think I said this last time, but what's crazy is that the phone is physically the same size as my phone. Like here, this is, if I put my phone to my screen, it's literally the same size. I might have to do a short on that, or whatever they call it on this platform. All right, so I want to put in this come on, why is it doing that? Why is my husband yelling at me? Do I have to? Oh, okay, okay. Now let's see. I forgot I'm on the phone. I can't do typical Mac things. So we'll say my wife. Nah, it's here. It shows up. Huh. All right, what if I say, why is my wife hitting me? I forgot. I still, man, hitting me. Okay. Yeah, it's for both. So, maybe they updated that, but it's for both for me.
It doesn't make sense, right? Obviously, both men and women can be abused. So why is there this blind spot when the victim is a man? Why is it always her story that gets the spotlight? You have been told that women have it worse.
I can tell you why. It's because we spend our whole lives learning history. I know it's a dad joke, but it's funny to me. You don't have to laugh. I don't care. I'll laugh at my own joke.
Than men. But that is a lie. This culture doesn't care about who suffers more, it cares about who suffers louder. And women always win that game. Women don't suffer more, they just get more sympathy. When women struggle, it's a national crisis. When men suffer, they are ignored, mocked, or...
I understand why though. You're unlikely to get me to care about how another man feels. I barely care about how females feel. Why would I care about how random ass men feel? I'm one of those where I have a fuck your feelings attitude. I'm like that. I don't care. But maybe that's because that's the way, you know, I've been conditioned. I noticed that in our society, no one seems to give a shit about how I feel. So maybe that's it. But just, why should I care about how a man feels? What can he give me that? I mean, I guess we can work together on shit, but like, let's be real. I'm not into men. That's the reason why this dynamic exists. It's that, you know, we have, men. We tend to care more about women than we care about men. But for whatever reason, they can't see that, which is baffling to me. But I guess they will start to see that when more and more men, you know, start to not like them. And I'm being careful with my words. I'm not saying dislike. I'm saying not like, you know?
Blamed. And despite what you have been told, this obsession with women's pain is not evidence of hardship, it's proof of privilege. Let's break this down into 4 different areas where women monopolize victimhood: abuse, work, reproductive rights, and safety. In all 4 areas, men have it just as bad, or
we have it worse with safety. Most. It's 5:17. Oh shit. Hold on. Do I have a meeting? Or is it not today? That's at 5:30. It's the coordination. I don't know if I have to. Yeah, I mostly do the tech stuff. Yeah.
Worse. The suffering for men exists. What's missing is any outrage about that. It's just silence. And
who would be outraged though? Let's say that women were outraged at the fact that men are in fact victims of abuse, and we do in fact have more danger in our lives than they do. Let's say that they accept that, they go along with it. What can they do about it? I think that's the problem right there. It's that at the end of the day, you know, it is us men who are responsible for everything at the end of the day. You know, we actually do the thing. So what would they do? What would the females do if they knew or cared? Let's say that all of the men disagree with the women. Can the women overpower the men? No. So that's probably why. And it's, you know, to my experience, it seems that they're more the go along, get along type. You know, follow the leader, Whatever the group says, that's what they believe. That's kind of what I've noticed.
Lack of concern is the real sexism in our culture. I'm going to prove this to you by going through all 4 of these areas. Let's keep going with abuse. Have you noticed that there's no male equivalent for the word nagging? When a woman criticizes or shames her partner, it's seen as quirky. It's nagging, it's mild, it's harmless, it's sitcom material. But if a man does it, it's abuse, it's controlling, it's a red flag. Her behavior is normalized, his is pathologized. You see this theme repeated over and over. Men are only allowed to operate within this tiny little box, whereas women are free to just run the field. Consider financial abuse. When you hear that term, the culture wants you to think of a man. He controls the money, he restricts what his wife is allowed to spend. That's financial abuse. But ask yourself this question. Why don't we use that term when we see women like this?
I don't like 50-50. I don't do coffee dates. I don't care how much money I ever make. I still want my man to pay for everything. He should pick me up. He should drop me off. He should buy me Ubers. In exchange, he gets to not embarrass me and breathe my air. I think it's pretty fair. I think we're even Stevens. Otherwise, I don't need a man just to have a man. This is for me. For the guys who are mad, though, cry about it.
If a man limits reckless spending, that's abuse. But if a woman
I don't buy that. If it's my money, it's my money. I don't have to give you anything. I don't have to give you shit. If you want to call it abuse, that's fine. I'm fine with, you using whatever words you want to use, because I understand just because you use a word doesn't mean it's true. And I also understand that just because other people believe that that's the case still doesn't make it true. And I'm also the kind of person where if I don't respect those people, I don't give a fuck about what they think. But that's toxic. So I can understand why they're trying to get rid of toxic masculinity, because let's just call it what it is. Masculinity can't be controlled by them. So of course you can't have people like me around who are just like, I don't give a fuck what you think or how you feel. You can't have me.
His bank account, that's just her being high maintenance. That's not okay. As a man, if you worked hard, then you deserve to spend your money on something that you like. And with that in mind, I'm very excited about today's sponsor because their product is awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Which gives you a box subscription and our custom box. Spoken about financial abuse, but what about physical? You've been told that we focus on women in abuse cases because they're the primary victims, but that is false. Yes, when violence leads to serious injury, women are more likely to be hurt because men are stronger. That's biological truth, but that does not mean that men are more often violent. In fact, the opposite is true. Roughly half of all relationship violence is mutual, and when it is one-sided, 70% of the time it is the woman attacking the man. And lesbian couples are almost
So I guess I'm not in the minority of men who've been hit by their significant other. Interesting.
twice as violent as male homosexual ones. But go ahead, please tell me how toxic masculinity is the problem. The hijacking of relational abuse as a women's issue is an unforgivably disgusting and sexist sleight of hand designed to demonize men. Violence is not gendered, but sympathy is, and that's why men are erased from the conversation. Women do not suffer more, they just complain more loudly, especially in the area of work.
The gender pay gap, we are 100 years currently away from equality, which is so crazy to think about, and we're in 2023.
I would love for them to have equality. They can have all of the hard ass jobs. They can do all of the things and they can slave away. I'm happy to have that, but for whatever reason, they don't do it. I remember when I was working on an oil rig, I didn't see any women there. It pays well. You know, you don't have to have a degree. A lot of these men, they were making, you know, between $80,000 to $105,000 a year. This was back in 2013, 2014. It's good money. How come none of these women were interested in going offshore and working on these oil rigs? Well, even if they were interested, they wouldn't be able to do it because they're not strong enough. They can't even pick up the fucking tools.
Australia's national gender pay gap of 13% will equate to a $93,000 deficit in the super balances of women when compared to Australian men at retirement. So what that means is there are an additional 56 days per year that women must work to earn the same average pay.
Has there ever been anything more thoroughly
That's not all the way true. You could also work as much as men. for a good portion of my career, I put in between 10 to 14 hours a day. And a lot of times my female colleagues, they would come in kind of late and kind of leave a little bit early. They would put in maybe 6 hours, half-ass hours. And I'm just like, you could just work more like I did if you want to make more money. That's how I made more money. That's how I developed more competence, was by doing more things, getting better at more things. So I get responsibility over more things because I'm competent, not because I am a woman or a man or a black person or a white person. It's because I am competent and I worked. Work ethic gets you money. That's how it works. No one gives you money because you are who you are and you love yourself and you value. Like, no one gives a shit. Only your daddy does. I don't.
Then the gender pay gap. Why won't this die? We have been fed this lie for decades that the wage gap proves sexism, that fewer female CEOs means that the system is rigged. It couldn't be that women are just less career focused.
The system. What do you mean the system? Do these women think that it's a system in place that puts people in as CEOs? Fun fact, if you start your own company and you want to be the CEO, you can do that. There is no system. It just so happens that one group of people actually goes out and takes risk and creates things and builds things, and the other group doesn't. They simply want to come into something that was built by a man and then come in and run it, and then get upset and say, oh, well, the system is not letting me do it. It's like, well, you can do what every other man who didn't get a CEO position did. They went and created their own company. Is that sexist? Is that a sexist thing? That maybe, you know what? Maybe is that misogynist to say? Is that hatred? In our post-truth world, is that now hatred and misogyny?
More interested in spending time with their family, having a work-life balance, having a cushy, low-stress job. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that an incredible 39% of women have attempted to launch a career as an influencer. Don't you dare suggest that women can be lazy. No.
Oh, I gotta read this. Anytime there's a text wall, I'm one of them. To like or dislike women's complex relationship with social media influencers. For centuries, celebrities have used their fame and notoriety to make money promoting products and services. So there's nothing new about well-known people encouraging their fans to buy certain products. But it took the rise of smartphones and the invention of social media to take this idea of celebrity endorsements and flip it on its head. Today, unfamous people with large social media followings are leveraging those audiences to land corporate sponsorships and endorsement deals. In some cases, these so-called social media influencers are able to earn six-figure incomes or higher. A new report from the Reboot Foundation and the Women's Forum for the Economy and Society explores the perceptions women and girls have of the influencers they follow, their views on the relationship between social media and content, and their feelings of self-worth, and the viability of influencing as a career. The report also probes influencers, the perceptions they have of their female followers, their opinions on influencing as a career, and their thoughts on the psychological impact their content might be having on young women who follow them. Ho, ho, ho. Well, I'm gonna be a bad influencer because I don't care. To the report, to like or dislike, women's complex relationship with social media influencers found perplexing contrast in women's views and opinions on their relationship with social media and the influencers they follow. For example, more than 60% of women acknowledge that influencers have at least moderate influence on their opinions. Yet barely a third of women said they trusted influencer endorsements. The data also reveals the surprising level of callousness influencers have for the well-being of women who follow them. Why should I care about not my woman? Her body, her choice. Why should I care about another strong and independent person? Why should I care about their well-being? I care about the well-being of the people who I care about. That's it. I'm not going to care about everyone, and that's never going to happen. It's not just me. I don't want this to seem like it's just me. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's most people on earth are never going to care about you, because who the fuck are you? Among the survey's key findings, nearly 60% of girls acknowledged feeling a connection with an influencer, even though more than 3/4 of them also said the influencer content is potentially harmful to their self-esteem and feelings of self-worth. 39% of women of all ages have taken steps to become social media influencers, such as trying to generate income through their platforms or cultivating huge online followings. So I'm curious, are they also considering women as those, influencers who don't care about the well-being of the women who follow them? That's actually ambiguous here. Anyway, 70% of teen girls said influencers were very or moderately important in shaping their views on beauty, fashion, lifestyle. Okay, it must be women, because it damn sure isn't us, because I don't think many men would say, yeah, go buy makeup. Yeah, go buy those fake fingernail, whatever the hell, I don't know. The fingernails, the nails. Or go buy fake eyelashes. I don't think men are doing that. So yeah, this must be women. So I still have the same mindset. Even if they are female influencers, why do they need to care about the well-being of the women who follow them?
They all want to be the CEO of Microsoft. It is the patriarchy that keeps them down. If you go by who complains the most, you would think that women are the only ones struggling with their careers. But let's look at the facts. Girls outperform boys in school and university. They get more degrees. There are still advancement programs and initiatives designed to help women in the workplace. The majority of cushy white-collared work in air-conditioned offices is done by women, while actual hard labor blue-collared work is done by men. Over 90% of workplace deaths are men, not women. Men's jobs are harder and more dangerous. So why is the national conversation about the number of female CEOs and boardroom diversity? Because the harsh truth is that we don't care if men die on mine sites. We care that the woman makes partner in her law firm. When it comes to workplace discrimination, the only story that gets any airtime is the one where a woman is suffering. But women are not struggling more than men are. They're just more practiced at spinning their narrative. Reproductive rights is another area.
Again, like I get where he's coming from. I can't say he's wrong. However, even if men got better at spinning the narrative, you will never convince other men to care. And the simple fact is that it's men who have the power. So it's like, it doesn't matter if the women acknowledge it, and like, unless they use their power to try to convince the men who don't care to care. And they're only going to care because they're female, their woman who they're with cares. But if we have a lot of men who aren't with women who are single, man, good luck. Good luck. That's the power that women have, but I don't know, for whatever reason, they want to throw that away. Y'all are only people who can influence what a man does without violence or coercion. Let's be real. I can't go up to another man and get him to do anything without the threat of violence. Or without, giving him something that he really, really wants, if it's money. But like at that point, that's working together. That's a little bit different. On the flip side, even if someone who's like, I'm angry or whatever, a female can come in and convince me, especially if they're like my partner, like they can convince me to do things that no man could in their life could convince me to do, even if they're threatening me with death. That's the difference. So it's like, I get kind of where he's coming from, but you can't look to them. They're not the solution. That saying that it's always the man's fault? It is true. And I'm not saying that facetiously this time. It's actually true. At the end of the day, it's always the man's fault. How can it not be? If we're the ones who are responsible for everything and accountable for everything, that means that it's going to be our fault if we build this. But I think that's what the issue is that, you know, because of these dynamics, and then we have this other group coming in saying, oh, we need more, you have to do all these things, and it's like, you don't understand it. This is a little bit of a challenge.
That has been hijacked as women only. Most women across the West can get an abortion if they choose.
Oh, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta hop into a meeting right quick just to see if there's anything that I need to cover. Sorry about that. I had a meeting. So yeah, I'm back. We were watching the video. I'll go ahead and finish it. And then we may switch gears for a little bit. Honestly, I'm kind of just in hangout mode right now. It's Friday. I just got the stream going. I got this apple. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten much of anything since lunch yesterday. So my lunch for the day. An apple. I've been doing my jump rope sessions again. And when I start that, my goal is to try to cut weight as much as possible. I'll do that for a week. Next week, I'll start my gym routine, which will probably affect this live stream thing right here. This is part of the reason why I was like, let me try to get as much of this done this week. But when I work out, my hunger spikes and it makes it harder for me to, eat my normal diet. But I gotta lose weight. So that's it. Anyway, let's go ahead to this video and finish it up. Turn on my music a little bit.
That right might not always be there. That's true. It could get taken away. But do you know who never gets that choice? Is a man. It's his child too, but he gets zero say. Even worse, if he wants that child to live and to raise them as a single father, he is powerless.
No, don't do it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no one seems to care because apparently it's not our seed. But her body, her choice. And then they wonder why people don't want to be with them, or they're like, oh, men didn't vote for Kamala over abortion. It's like, why the fuck would I vote for that? It's not in my best interest. I'm not voting for that witch. The hell? I'm supposed to vote that my legacy should just be deleted at any... No, I'm good. I'll pass. And we're going to have a big problem in this country because what men are willing to protect that? I'm not. I guarantee you, if people were invading into this country, I don't know if I would defend it. Depending on where their value system is, hell, shit, I might join them.
Not right. It isn't right.
I'm such a good dad.
I know.
It's heartbreaking. But if she unilaterally decides that she does want the baby to live, the man is on the hook. Financially, he's trapped.
Right. This right here is what pisses me off. Is if you have the right to abort the child, then I should have the right to be able to say, you know what, I'm not going to support the child. Because it goes both ways. If I can't say, oh, you're going to keep it, and then I'm going to take care of it. No, it can't go both ways. You can't sit here and say, I'm going to do this thing and it's going to affect you and you're going to have to just deal with it, either or. Like, what if the guy doesn't want the kid? He has no say. And he has to pay. It's a sick system. No. I want more equality. I think we'll get it soon. I hope so.
Just biased. It is structurally sexist and everyone knows it.
Okay, so why is it that if a guy gets a girl pregnant and then he decides that he doesn't want to really be in the kid's life, he doesn't want to be a father, he doesn't want to have anything to do with it, he still has to pay child support, he still has to deal with all of those responsibilities of being a father. However, if a woman gets pregnant and she decides that she doesn't want to be a mother, she can go and have an abortion and literally kill her unborn child.
Or give it up for adoption.
Just because she's not ready for it. And she doesn't even have to tell the father, or father has no say in the matter, and she can just be like, nah, I don't want this. Go in and kill that baby without anything. I mean, for all she knows, the father of that baby actually wanted that kid, and now she's just going off and killing it.
Women shout abortion rights like they're under attack, but the truth is that it is men who have no reproductive rights, none. Courts routinely reward primary custody to the mother. No abuse, no neglect, doesn't matter. The man still gets pushed out. Paternity fraud? Not illegal. A woman can lie, trap a man financially, and walk away with zero consequences. Just got my child support money. Casino time. Why is this tolerated? When it comes to reproductive rights, you've got women fighting for the freedom to end a pregnancy, but men fight for the chance to raise their children, for custody, for time with their sons and daughters. And yet, we are told that women are the ones who are oppressed. The world is upside down. How is it like this? And then you realize it's because only women's pain counts. Let's end with safety. Women treat it as though it's their exclusive struggle, as though men never face danger.
What it feels like to be a woman living in Australia at the moment. Now, given that there's been more women murdered at the hands of men in Australia of recent times, as an average woman, you know, I am constantly needing to be aware of my surroundings. I would never go for a walk down the road in the dark by myself. This is the type of alert and
I would never do that either.
Have going off.
Why does he have to say as of? Honestly, normally I ignore it at that point because like it doesn't matter. As you're trying to appeal to authority, but I also do the same thing when I am walking around at night, which I try to avoid. But if I'm walking around at night, I have to have constant awareness as well so that I can be safe. What the hell are you talking about? The hell?
And our body all of the time, because as a woman we have to be careful all of the time, just in case someone, a man, does something to us.
She says that she needs to stay alert at all times because women are getting murdered across Australia, but the data says otherwise. As of 2022, men were 3.3 times more likely to be murdered than women. Men are more likely to be attacked in public. They are more likely to be robbed. They are more likely to be homeless. They are more likely to kill themselves. And as we've seen in Eastern Europe, if a war breaks out, men are sent to the battlefield while women take shelter. This world is not dangerous for women. This world is dangerous for everyone. But if we are comparing genders, then men are less safe, full stop. And yet our culture bends over backwards, twisting facts and rewriting standards just for the sake of keeping women comfortable. Did you know that there was a study in 2012 that found that men receive prison sentences 63% longer than women for the exact same crime? I could list dozens more.
I'm actually surprised that women go to prison. I'm surprised that they go to prison because normally they do the same crimes, but they don't go to prison. It's interesting.
Examples, but that's not the point because this isn't about isolated facts. It's about a pattern. Both genders suffer. The difference is in who we choose to care about. And in our culture, female pain is sacred. Men's pain is invisible. Now, there is one legitimate area where women do have it a lot worse than men. And in the interest of fairness, I'm going to spend the rest of the video talking about that. You can probably guess what it is. So if you're concerned that this video has been too biased and you'd like to hear the other side, then keep watching. The full-length versions of my videos are available on Patreon, where you see posts.
Oh, that's cool. That's a strategy. I don't have Patreon. Okay, so I found this quote right here in Luke. There's another one. I can go through all of them if y'all want. But turning to them, Jesus said, daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For behold, the days are coming when they will say, blessed are the barren and the wombs that never bore and the breasts that never nursed. Then they will begin to say to the mountains, fall on us, and to the hills, cover us. For if they do these things when the wood is green, what will happen when it is dry? Sounds kind of like what's going on right now to me. A little bit. Man, this apple is delicious. This is a Envy apple. It's my favorite apple variety. Incredibly sweet. Incredibly sweet. Incredibly crisp. And they don't brown. So if you cut them up into slices, which is normally what I do, but I was in my meeting. So I'll just eat it like like I used to. I'm almost done with it. I gotta finish this apple. I just want to finish my apple right now. Oh, yes. I want to watch this right here.
Because I can't have kids. I don't know if this... only is a me problem, but I'm 34, I have no children, I'm not married, and I'll be 35 in May. And the older I get, the further away I feel I am from being a husband and a father. And not because I can't have kids, but because when I was younger, I
realized I was gay, which wouldn't stop you from being a father or a husband.
Yeah.
But in Saudi Arabia, it would.
Yeah, because it would unalive you. And I could stop you from doing a lot of things, like being a father and having kids.
Facts. Do you think stones...
I gotta be right back. I gotta throw my apple away.
Well, because when I was younger, I always desired to be a husband, especially in my early 20s. I thought by 25, I'd have 2 kids, I'd have a house. Maybe I was being unrealistic, but as I get older,
I thought that was about 30 for me.
My brother is about to have a 1-year-old in June. My baby sister is about to have, well, she actually has an 8-year-old.
What's crazy is that all of my siblings, I think, maybe except for one, and also the kids who are, they're still kids. All of them have children. I don't.
Right now, and I'm like, I'm the last one.
Stop calling them your baby sister, your baby brothers, if they're about to have kids. They ain't no babies. Even you don't have babies.
Oh, he said his baby sister got an 8-year-old.
I understand that mindset, though. It's like...
No, she could...
He said baby sister, so he's 33? 8 years. I mean, it's very likely that she's probably under like 26, 27. So
that's possible.
Yeah. I'm just saying, when you have a kid that young, generally the parents don't approve. So at the time when she had that kid, he was probably like, well, it ain't me. And now 8 years later, he's like, I wish I was. It ain't me. It's just a funny thing, It's like, man, I was like, but you was probably looking at it like, damn, that's young. You don't have kids right now. It's interesting.
Yeah. Like, I'm a great guy. I believe I'm attractive. Like, I do well for myself. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got it together. And it's like, why hasn't it happened for me yet? And I'm like, man, maybe I'm the problem. I don't know. But I don't know if anyone feels that way, especially men. I'm a black man. I'm young still. I don't have no baby mamas, none of that. And yet I desire to be a husband. I desire to get married one day and have kids. And it's like, I just feel like I'm just getting older and I'm further away from that dream. And it's so crazy because it's something that I truly do want, but I see so many people out there who already have it, and I feel like...
Okay, I'll just be super brief. Nobody cares what you want or truly desire. What action steps are you taking? It's so easy to say you want something, but if your actions are going in contravention with that, nothing you want or desire fucking matters. I've heard hundreds of girls tell me they want a nice guy and end up with a fucking piece of shit afterwards who everyone knew was a piece of shit from miles away. It is what it is. What you claim you want or desire has nothing to do with what you're actually going after and what you're doing in your day-to-day life. Now, maybe you're just having bad luck. Who knows? But me seeing a whole video about, I desire this, what are you doing towards that desire? You not mentioning that doesn't tell me anything.
I believe in manifesting.
I tried. You still triggered me. I know. You succeeded because you said that shit. I went.
I believe in manifesting. If I repeat it long
you
enough,
know what? It's
gonna happen.
I actually love when Preach is able to trigger Abba, because normally Abba always doing all of the antics. It's kind of funny. It's funny when Preach he started antagonizing. It was funny.
What I hate is like, here's the thing. So I'm close to this guy's age, right? And same situation. No wife or kids. No baby mamas or whatever it might be.
That we know of.
I'm good at running away. What can I say?
My God.
Just playing.
My God.
Always give out fake names. Moving on. I'm at my place right now. Fake names. And I'm saying, I desire kids, which is something I want. I'm also not going to sit here and be like, how did this happen? I know what I was doing in my 20s. I know what I was not doing in my 20s too. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, why didn't I have kids? I know why the fuck I didn't have kids. And you know too, if you're honest with yourself. And if you don't know, then that's probably your first problem. Anybody who gets to this age and doesn't know why they're in the situation that they're in and pretends like, oh my God, it's just this.
Things are just happening. I'm just trying to roll the dice on this thing called
life.
To be
fair, I have to be fair. Not everyone has, we talked about it at the end of my last stream, like this locus of control. Not everybody has a strong internal locus of control. Some people, maybe a lot of people, I don't know, but people, some have a external locus of control where life kind of just happens to them. So it could be the case for him. I don't know.
It's a board game, but we're not.
It's important to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's real life. It's a real thing.
That's right. Even the language, he says, like, I feel like I'm further away from my goal. No, you walked away. You actively took steps to not be where you're supposed to be. That's most of us. The way people talk about these things oftentimes really informs me about what the issue is. Because there's just no way you in your mid-30s and you don't know how you there without kids or a wife.
There is a way.
Tell me.
Denial, lack of accountability. There's a way. There's definitely, but you just don't understand how it is in front of you, and you didn't take the step to. You have to just take a look within or look at your actions, right? I understand what you meant. I totally understand what you meant, but I'm gonna explain to you what you understand. Why you know what I don't have to explain anything to you, but it's really There's a lack of accountability there. There's a lack of self-reflection. There's a lack of maybe there's a little bit of entitlement. Well, when you're younger, I don't know this dude, so I can't tell for him, right? But what I've noticed is that, when you're younger, you think it's going to happen and you got all the time in your life. You're like, whatever. And sometimes you reject your blessings. You reject your blessing. You reject the things that are coming to you because you think there's going to be better. At your age, you just have to do a self-reflection. What happened? What step did I take? Yeah. Was I too judgmental? Was I shooting too higher than I thought I would? Was I being too stingy with some things? Was I being a relationship snob? It's not exactly what I like, and now I pictured it in my mind, so I'm not gonna go for that because I deserve better. Yeah, you do deserve a lot. You do. Congratulations. But sometimes you don't. Mm-hmm. Sometimes that's what you deserve, and then you work it to make it better. It could be a lot of things. You just gotta look within. You gotta look like how you treat relationship. Are you giving up easily? Because if you give up easy on different relationship, being with someone is not going to be easy. So if you give up, well, the result is going to be the same. So yeah, you're going to end up at the same place that you are. You have to look up there's a lot of things that you have to look up and a lot of actions that you took or didn't take that you have to look. You have to look within. Why am I here? Mm-hmm. On the other hand, you're comparing yourself to your sister and your brother. And you have to understand one thing. The same way that we're not you and we don't know you like that, you're not them and you're not in their heads. So as much as you're like, oh, they got kids, I ain't got kids, you don't know what their regrets are. You don't know what they like. You don't know what. So the comparison that you're doing with other people, yeah, I understand that you're doing that.
A lot of people do that, though. A lot of people do that from the outside looking in. They'll look at someone else's life and then project onto them their idea, the idealized version or their worldview, their perspective. So it happens to me too, where some people will look at me and they'll be like, oh, well, he has everything together. He's successful and all these other kinds of things. And I always have to kind of give a little bit of a pushback where I'm just like, you don't know me. You don't know what my goals are. How can you say that I'm successful? You can't look at someone and just because they have something that you want, you get to label them as successful. Because maybe the thing that they have that you want is not something they ever wanted. It's just something they have. Just like you may have something that they want that they don't have. Maybe you have two parents and they don't have that. They want that. Is it fair for them to look at you and call you successful because you have something that they want? And I do understand maybe a parent is not a great example, but the point stands is that you can't look at someone and say because they have things or a life that I want or that I desire that they are successful. It doesn't work that way. And that's what Preach is saying.
Always gonna compare yourself. but it's sometimes it really sets you back because what you see is really the good part. You're not in their head. You don't know what their regrets are. So even though you look at that and you look at that sister with that kid, and you're like, I wish I was that. Maybe your sister's like, shit, I was really too fucking young for that thing. And although I love my kid, if I would have done it again, I would. So maybe that person is looking at you, is looking like, look at my big brother, 34 and living his best life. I got a mortgage, got a car. I gotta go to the skit. I can't even go out whenever I want. So it's like, yeah, I understand everybody's situation, but sometimes you have to be grateful also for what you got right now.
Yeah.
It could have been better. Yes, it could have. It could have been worse. A whole lot. Live right now. Live from what you got. Comparing yourself like that. And I understand that it's right there. We're always comparing yourself. But sometimes it sets itself up. We were setting ourselves up for failure. And maybe that person is envying your situation. That person wish she would have waited a little longer to have kids.
Yep.
Know what this is giving me? This is giving me the grass is not always greener vibes. It seems that so many people they'll be in some type of situation and for whatever reason, they think that something else is better. And I wonder if they oftentimes find that better, or do they get to that thing and realize that it's not really better. It's just a different set of problems.
You know what I said earlier about the baby girl, the baby sister, having a kid that young, and he's probably looking at, I'm glad it's not me. Yeah. And now 8 years later, when that kid about turned 8, she's no longer a teen mom. Now he's like, what was her struggle like?
Or maybe she was never a teen.
What that shame that she went through and everything.
That shame, the responsibilities that you have to
even
do.
If she wasn't a teen,
stress.
she was super young.
Yeah,
I know from vast majority of people when they haven't that young and it's like in that environment, it's a stressful experience.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and again, I don't know that person, so I don't know, and I don't know you either. So I'm just speculation. We're just saying that
grass is always greener, though. You're not lying.
Grass is always greener. So, chill. Maybe it's not like that. Focus on what you got. Are you healthy?
Yeah.
Good. If you don't really have nothing to worry about, then focus on whatever goal you need to do and what you need to do in order to have a relationship and kids, if you can. So
I get it. Sometimes you're with somebody for a long time, things don't work out. You find out things about them, y'all grow apart. That happens for some people. I'm not saying there aren't circumstances where I can't understand. Yeah. But let's talk about the vast majority of people. Vast majority of people are where they are because of their own decisions. That's just the truth. And growing older is like being mature enough to recognize your part in why you are where you are. I'm never going to say and be like, oh, life didn't give me. Like, yes, there's certain things from a young age that probably set me on a bad path. But a lot of it's also self-accountability. A lot of that, I'm meant to be where I am right now because I didn't have the tools before to recognize the things I need to recognize in what I want out of life. There's no way. You couldn't have told me in my early 20s the value of a relationship. Why? Because I didn't grow up seeing one. And two, people around me in the relationship didn't look happy either. I don't sit here and be like, oh, man, why aren't I married with kids? It's because I didn't put that as an emphasis for most of my life. And if I'd have put even 1/10 of the energy that I put into my work, into my passions, as I did into actually trying to build a relationship and stay with somebody, I'd have been married with kids a long time ago. I just didn't put in that time and that effort. That's it.
Yeah, there's some people that, they're really unlucky and stuff like that. But let me tell you that's a big minority. Oxymoron over here. That's a minority.
Yes.
That's a very few people that's like that. Most of us is, we made choices. We're not willing to take the responsibility of our choices, but at the end of the day, we're the driver. So don't drive, don't stop at all. Yes, you're the one in charge.
Also, we also have to admit that a lot of things that we drive as, markers for success in our life, including this guy, like he's a big social media personality. That'll probably push you away from your goals from having kids in a family. Mm-hmm. Being honest.
And if you had a kid earlier, you probably wouldn't be able to do that.
So. Right? You want to have a successful career, be high paid, all these different things. That's going to push you away from having kids in a family. 100%. Why the social media thing? Because you're going to have people DMing you all the time. There's going to be a lot of distractions possible. You can imagine what I'm talking about. Also, the time invested in trying to make content, do all this stuff. Less time for your hobbies where you actually meet people in real life. So there's all kinds of things that add to the difficulty involved in this. So I think our society and the way we encourage people to be successful and push forward and to be marriage eligible oftentimes actually are some of the biggest things that drive us away from being eligible to be married, because we don't have the time, we don't have the flexibility, and we don't even get the chance to really develop ourselves in our social circles in the way that we
That's
need
a
to.
weird pronunciation of it to me as an American. Or maybe I pronounce it weird as a Texan. I pronounce it eligible. It sounds like he's saying eligible. Man, it's hard for me.
Like that's wanting and we don't even get the chance to really develop ourselves in our social circles in the way that we need to. Like that's wanting the probably most convoluted aspects of it. You'll hear people all the time, I'm hyper successful, I can't meet anyone. Why? Because a lot of the markers that push these people to
you're
be very
busy all the
successful
time.
also drive them to have zero social life. So how do you want to meet people? Right? So there's all kinds of different things involved in this, but I just want to talk about this. I'm sure many of you feel the same at home, and I get it. It's understandable. But yeah, you are where you're supposed to be.
All right, let's look at the comment of shame potentially. Or
Why don't you,
is there any more?
That's my business.
Fair. Would you like to share your business with others?
No.
Well, that's it for today's video.
Fuck them kids.
All right, so this is either the pin of shame or pin of something. I don't know. 36 here. Never had an issue getting women's interest, but last serious relationship was an engagement that didn't work out. I feel the same way, as if I'm just going to be one of those guys who is in his 50s and 60s and is single and has gone a bit weird. Now, is it my fault? Absolutely. I broke up with the sweetest girl when I was 18 because I wanted to chase. I succeeded. Now the girl is married with kids and I'm here single. I also suspect that sleeping with so many women harmed my ability to have healthy relationships. I could say that the culture around me encouraged me to make these bad decisions, but at the end of the day, it's on me. Besides, if I can go back in time and tell my 18-year-old self what I think now, he probably wouldn't even listen to me. Yep, this is accountability. I'm in the same position, but it wasn't because I chose to leave my partners. I had two basically 5-year relationships, about 8 or 9 months apart from each other. So, and then before my first 5 year, I was in 1.5-year relationship. So almost 12 years. So from 18 to 29, I was, and then the last one wrecked me and I did my Dave Chappelle. I just disappeared for a little bit. Finally got back. So yeah, I understand, some of it can be your fault. Some of it may not be your fault. So yeah, this is not the pen of shame this time. It's the pen of introspection. Yeah. All right, let's see what else. Who else has some? Here's my recent timeline. Age 34, single, no kids. Age 35, married, no kids. Age 36, married, 1 kid. Age 37, married, 2 kids. Age 38, separated, 2 kids. That's my worst fear right there. And he's saying things can change real quick. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, he, let's say he do have kids and a husband. That don't mean that she gonna not divorce you. It's an 80% chance. That was a twist at the end. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's normal. And when you look at the amount of years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 and 7 and 10 seem to be like very special years when it comes to these relationships. This is why you never rush yourself with anyone. You start to realize they were never it. And now we have deadbeats and failed parents. I'm going by the timeline. He didn't find someone until 35. So it sounds like he rushed and chose poorly. Not my care to give if you do that, but just be aware of the results. Yeah. All right, let's see here. This is the road to my wife was through picking myself up and getting myself on track for once in my life. We met working fast food. The first and only time working fast food. We were friends for months beforehand. We talked about our lives and our situations openly and honestly. Then one day she needed legitimate help. Everyone else was looking for compensation for the help. But I went, oh, okay. I thought there was going to go somewhere else. All right. Listen, I'm 33 in June and I have no kids, never been in a relationship, or have never had sex. And the reason I don't or have any of these things is because I don't desire it enough to put any effort into trying. And I don't put myself out there to pursue it because I genuinely don't desire it enough to try. Some people have to be honest with themselves and realize they just don't desire it enough. And I'm not sure what the "and" is going to. Is there a separate comment? Oh, okay. Never mind. It's just okay. What's up, Cruz? Here's another one, bro. This is wild. Levels of dismissive for no reason. The man's not begging for attention. He's expressing his real frustration and pain. But God forbid a guy opens up without someone blaming him. Love isn't a solo act. It's two people choosing each other, and sometimes no matter how much someone tries, they just aren't picked. That doesn't make them broken. It just means the other person didn't choose them. And what? You expect people to walk away from the heartbreak with feedback, with a feedback form like this customer service review? Be serious. That's assuming you've ever been in something real enough to even get your feelings hurt. He's not asking for pity. He's just being honest. You don't have to relate, but at least don't clown a man for being vulnerable. That's weak energy. I see where he's coming from. So, yeah, I will admit, like it did feel a little dismissive, but at the same time, it's still true. You know, like you can be dismissive and be honest at the same time. That's why when he said it, I was just like, yeah, I mean, I can't say he's wrong. However, at the same time, you know, what this man is saying is also true. But I think that, you know, both of them, they both kind of hinted at that, where they're like, you know, a minority of people legitimately tried and, you know, luck just wasn't on their side. They said that. They mentioned that. So, yeah, I get it though. And this is the best comment I've seen on here. Shame I had to scroll so far down to find it. Usually I agree with Aubrey Breach, but not this time. At least not entirely. I wonder if it's because he's also in that situation. I'm in the situation too, and you know, while I understand where he's coming from, I'm like, you know, if you remove the emotional attachment to it, he's not wrong. The advice on taking responsibility is fine, but they're framing being in a relationship as if it's a tangible objective to achieve. The other person is an entirely separate entity with their own free will, thoughts, aspirations, feelings, etc. They may or may not blend well with everything you've got. It's not as simple as just 1, 2, 3. Sometimes you can do all the right things and still lose the game to no fault of your own. As much as they're right on the mark most of the time, it's a shame they reduced this guy's struggles like that and completely missed. Hopefully your comment gets more recognition. Let's see. Okay, let's collapse that. For what it's worth, I'm reading all the ones that have a lot of upvotes. For what it's worth. All right, here's another one. He's not alone. I'm 34, childless and not married. And as women, you're on a timeline to have children. So he's not alone, and I appreciate his vulnerability for sure. Yeah, that's... Yeah. They don't have as much time. That's... Even though I have more time, I won't be able to hit my goal. I wanted to have kids that I can play with when, you know, like they're teenagers. Like I want to be able to dominate my son on the basketball court, you know. That's probably not a good thing. But I just wanted to dunk on him. I can't do that now. No, if I have a kid now, by the time he's 13, I'll probably be like 60, about to die. Can't be on the basketball court about to die. He's not alone. Oh wait, I think I read this already. Okay, as a woman, your conversation is going to be much different than a man, because a man can rebound, a woman can rebound. A woman is going to be much harder for her to ever have kids at that age. Somebody say hit him up. All right, here's another one. Oh, did I upload the other girl? Yeah, I did. Perfect. Holy shit. Me and this guy share so many similarities. I'm also a black man who's turning 35 in a couple weeks. I'm single and childless. I'm the oldest of 3. I'm the oldest of 8. I'm 36. I just turned 36 in April. My brother has 2 kids, and my sister is due with her first in July. I also have my shit together. I got a house, job, car, job, 401k, no debt. I also have my shit together. It doesn't seem to matter. It'll happen for you. 35 is still young. It's not, bro. 35 for a black man, and maybe he just doesn't know the statistics, but for black men, we generally, you know what? Let's see. Average life expectancy, black male. 71 years. There we go. And this is something that I was talking to my ex about, where I was just like, no, y'all live a long time. She's a different race than me. I'm like, it's likely that I'm going to die at around 71. Just by, you know, sure, you can say that, yo, you're not average and all that, but you know, let's be real. I'm bound to the same thing. So like on average, a black man will die at 71. Now, I know not everybody is as good as math as I am, but that would be considered midlife. So at 36, I'm midway through my life. If I live the average lifespan, I have another 35 years left. So yeah, 35 isn't still young if you are of a group who dies relatively young relative to other people. Now, if our average lifespan was 80, you know, extra 9 years, okay, I can cut some slack. All right, you got until maybe 40, but that's not us. Let's see here. I'm going to go to one more comment and we'll go on to something else. I'm curious, do y'all have any thoughts or anything? You just listen to me. Anybody agree or disagree? What does your title mean? What title? What are you talking about? I'm not sure. What are you talking about? All right. My father had me at 43, my older brother at 38. Met our mother at 36, 37. They're still married. He's not too late. 4, disagree. Some folks are doing what should work in theory to meet people and still don't meet a suitable partner. Now, maybe there's some social awkwardness standing in the way, but sometimes life just doesn't work out the way we want. Just kind of like what he said, no one cares, right? Like life doesn't give a shit either. I want to say if we work smart and find the right methods that we can achieve anything, but that's simply not always true. But let me finish. But you didn't decide to not finish. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, that was a good video. I'd just be lurking. Yeah. Your YouTube title. Like, you mean as a society, have we peaked? Yeah. As a race, as a human race, have we peaked? Let's see here. Let's go to fertility rates globally. See that? Have we peaked? Did we already reach our peak and that's it? Have we peaked? That's what I meant. That's what it means. Have we peaked? Or is this just a local maxima? Right? Maybe, this 60, 70 year decline, 80 year decline, however many years decline. Maybe this is just a local minima. And maybe this is just a local maxima. Maybe. Or have we peaked? See what I mean? What do you think is making our women? What do you mean by our women? They're no more ours than we are theirs. But I don't think that it's an issue of fertility. I think it's more of an issue of, culture. More and more women are choosing education and career, and I guess they're being told that it'll make them happy. They choose these paths, and after they get to whatever level of success, or maybe they figure out that it's pretty empty, they then want to try to settle down. But the problem is that men like me have dealt with them their entire life too. So we deal with one another, and if all these people are choosing a career, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not interested in someone with that. So would I ever have a kid with someone who's into that? Now let's assume that most women are that way. They're either into their career, or they're of the OnlyFans type where they kind of like their freedom. That's what they like to say, their freedom. I don't know. This is a hard problem. And it seems that there have been other world leaders for the past 80 years. So every decade, 80 years ago, 70 years ago, 60 years ago, they're thinking about these things and they tried to tackle the problem. None of them could solve it. And most of them in their older age, they basically just give up. And they just said, you know what? I did my time. I'm at the end of my life. I don't care anymore. And they all say the same thing. They're like, you know, we're going to start to, like, future generations are really going to feel the effects, the negative effects of these decisions. But it's been prophesized. So maybe if you're into religion, if you're a religious type, believe it or not, y'all may not know this. I'm not actually religious, believe it or not. However, that doesn't mean that I don't refer to, you know, different religious texts for their wisdom or knowledge, or for some of the things that they may foreshadow, because I am one to believe that it doesn't matter if you are religious or if you believe in God or not God. If you have logical, compelling, you know, evidence or anything, if you've experienced these things and then you kind of write about it and you share that through, you know, through story, who am I to say, nah, it's not valid? Especially when hell, I'll bring it back over here. I'll bring this back over. Luke 23:28-31. But turning to them, Jesus said, daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves, for your children. For behold, the days are coming when they will say, blessed are the barren and the wombs that have never borne, breasts that never nursed. They will begin to say to the mountains, fall on us. Yes. Everything is flipped on its head right now. This is inverted. We were told to go forth and multiply. We are no longer doing that. Which may be why, well, that's not why, but how do you know? Hold on, my bad. I had to scroll back up. How do you know it's the women cruise? Takes two to tango. I thought fertility meant like women themselves being fertile. No. The fertility rate is. I mean, I can understand why you're saying that, but it's really this. It's the amount of births that happen. But I can understand what you're right in a sense, right? You know, someone's fertility is, you know, can they even get pregnant and all that kind of stuff? But when we talk about fertility rate, we're talking about how many live births does a woman have? That's really what we're talking about. Because I hear all the time that some women can't have kids. Yeah, that's true. Some women can't. Yeah, it's cultural. It's mostly cultural, actually. If it were financial, then maybe women wouldn't have had children 100 years ago or 200 years ago when the world was much poorer, orders of magnitude poorer. Maybe they wouldn't have had kids 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago when, you know, think about it, right? It's not money, it's culture. It's culture. If it were money, why is it the case that more like poorer people tend to have more kids? If you look at where most kids are being born, they're in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa specifically. So you see how most of these are down. Some of these aren't really down. They're either flat or they're increasing. Let's see if I can find one here. Oh, well, that's Chechnya. We don't care about, well, I guess, no, we do care about it. They're part of the world. We care about Chechnya. Let's see. Let's go to Nigeria. Is it even here? Can I even do search on this damn thing? Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's going down here too, but it's not as steep. It's still quite high. Let's see if we can sort this by. Yeah, we can. Yeah, Somalia, Chad, Niger, Congo, DRC, Central African Republic. Republic. My bad. Mali, Angola, Burundi. That's right next to Rwanda. And then these are all of these are sub-Saharan Africa. Except for maybe they're not sub-Saharan, but they're like the middle part of Africa. Like Chad, Niger is a little bit there. Congo is more Central Africa, more towards the south. Mali is more towards top central, but on the west so mostly Africa. Tanzania is here, Mozambique, Mauritania. A lot of these are in Africa, Nigeria. In fact, most of the world's growth over the next 50 to 100 years will happen in Africa. Africa is going to become dominant within the next 30 to 50 years. It will be Africa's turn because everyone else is committing societal suicide. They're killing themselves. They're not reproducing. So the people who are left reproducing, they're going to inherit the earth. Again, we have Sudan, there's Cameroon, there's Côte d'Ivoire, the Uganda. These are all in Africa, by the way. We haven't left Africa. Guinea, Togo, Burkina Faso, we're still in Africa. Congo, Zambia, Equatorial Guinea. I've been in Africa, Equatorial Guinea. Gambia, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Liberia, Comoros, South Sudan, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, Rwanda, Malawi, Gabon. We're still in Africa. We haven't left Africa. Sao Tome, Principe, we're still there. And finally, do I see? Oh, Ghana's here. Okay, well, we're still in Africa. Like Kenya is here. Kiribati, Tonga. Well, Tonga's not Africa. We'll move. Tonga's not Africa. Algeria is here. Egypt is here. And notice that these are in the top. I know I've scrolled down a lot, but these are still toward the top relatively. They're about 196 countries, just for this worth. Djibouti, Africa. Most of these countries that are in the top half are in Africa. Let me see if there are any other ones that are Africa. Libya. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna stop when we get to ones, or when we get to 2.1, because 2.1 is what you need to keep your population stable. If you have 2.2, you're growing. So all of these countries are growing still. South Africa is still growing, and then we get to Indonesia. They're going down year over year. Actually, their fertility rate. And right now they're able to maintain their population. But the second they go down below 2.1 to 2, they have a shrinking population. Here's the only African country that I've seen so far that has a shrinking population, Seychelles. It's the only one I've seen so far. Let's see if there are any other African countries that are on the decline other than Seychelles. Right now, I'm not seeing any. Wait, did I? No. Did we pass Burundi? That's what I thought that was. I thought that was Burundi, but maybe we passed Burundi already. No, US, we've had a low fertility rate for a while, and this is why we have immigration here, by the way. I know some people in our country may not like to hear this. We actually need immigrants in America. Otherwise, we will have a shrinking population. And if you have a shrinking population, that also means you have a shrinking GDP. You don't have growth, you have contraction. And just imagine how that feels. Right now, we haven't really had a contraction of GDP. We've had a slowdown of GDP, and you feel how your lives are feeling right now. Now, imagine if instead of having only 0.5% gross GDP, we went to -3 or 4% negative growth for our GDP. Imagine what that would feel like. It would not be pleasant. So we absolutely need migrants to come into America to backfill our population, because our native population refuses to have enough children. And yes, it does cause issues, right? Whoever you're bringing in, they may not assimilate, especially if they have more and more numbers. They don't have to assimilate. They're going to bring their own cultures, and maybe those cultures are going to clash, but, well, you need them. You need them. What are you going to do, right? Like, think about all of the nurses. For instance, a lot of these like hospice nurses, a lot of them aren't American citizens. Or if they are American citizens, they got papers. Maybe they don't have citizens, but you know what I mean. They're from another place, and they're doing these jobs that there's not enough people to do. Or our native population thinks that they are too good to do those jobs for the wages that are being paid. It's also that too. It's not none of these things are simple enough to be described as this one thing is the problem. Most of these issues are multifaceted. Yes, declining fertility rate has been an issue for 80 years, as I said earlier. It's 80, so 4 times more than 20. Feels like it's more recent thing people talk about. I think it's just that maybe you are old enough to care more about it. It's been talked about for a long while. It was talked about in Japan in the 60s, the 60s, 70s. They understood that their population was heading in that direction, and they did all the things they could to try to rectify it, and they couldn't. And Japan is, even though they don't have the lowest birth rate, they've had the lowest birth rate. I mean, not the lowest, but they've had a low birth rate for such a long period of time to where they're the first country that's going to experience what a shrinking population like. Honestly, I think Japan could be a great place to go if you want to do a case study on demography. I think it's the first of its kind. It's in a unique situation. Feels like more recent thing. I'm sorry. I always hear we had overpopulation. Yeah, so the thing is that we never actually had overpopulation. We have overpopulation of cities, of the urban centers. And in some senses, the folks who were talking about overpopulation were from a very specific group of people, and they were mostly the very, very rich people. So no, we don't really have overpopulation. We've never had overpopulation. In fact, since overpopulation started becoming a topic of discussion in the 60s and 70s, the population on Earth is what, doubled or tripled? For what it's worth. Is it doubled or tripled? Let's see. Population worldwide 1960. I really just want a chart. Okay, it was 3 billion. Never mind. Okay, so it's more than 2x. It's 2.5x. How about that? I was close. According to Wikipedia, we haven't peaked as a human race yet. It looks like we may not peak until 2050. But if you look at it on a per society basis, yes, I think America, Asia, I think we've already peaked. Yeah, we got the 8 billion in November 2022. Now this number is slowing down because, less and less children are being had. But at the same time, there's less, what do you call those? Like when the babies are born, more of them live today than in the past. So there's also that. All right, let's go on to our next video, which I don't know what that is yet, but fine, feel figure it out. Trying to decide what I want to watch right now. Do I want to do this begging is oh wait, we've already watched that. We've done that. Oh, Casual Economy. Wait, was it Casual? No, who was it? Was it you, Cruz? Somebody the other day said that they wanted to watch Let's Talk About South African Refugees, so we're going to talk about that now.
What's happening in South?
And I'm gonna go use the restroom right quick first, because this dude is funny as hell and I don't want to piss myself laughing. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and give it a thumbs up. I already like it. It's fine. Plus, I'm sharing it on here, so we'll give it a like. There it is. I'll be right back. Okay, we're here. We're at this time. If y'all haven't heard of this man is funny as hell. Like, for real. So I think I'm going to enjoy this. So let's get into it.
Africa. Okay. I have never been that familiar with what was going on in South Africa. I knew that there was an apartheid. I knew that there was all these different rhetoric, but it's really not that, it's not my business. Okay. I can only deal with so many foreign policies and so many nations, but I really started doing a deep dive into South Africa and realized it is really scary over there. Okay. So a lot of people think that there's still an apartheid there, but no, there was a 46-year apartheid that ended not that long ago over in South Africa. And it does have lingering disparities where there's certain privileges that go to certain white groups, such as the white, I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, Afrikaners. The white Afrikaners that are there, they were in a position of privilege for a long time, so they still do own a disproportionate amount of the land. Okay, that's kind of just what happens when you have an apartheid, when you have a country that was at a time racist and built on racism, and now it's flipping in a way that is way too aggressive. So the Black economic empowerment movement has done a lot to close the gap between white and Black people over in Africa, but it didn't stop there. It didn't stop with just giving Black people the tools to be successful. It has become this thing where now white South Africans are fighting for their lives. Literally, they're getting attacked. They can't get jobs. The farmers are being unalive.
Oh, you know what? I wanna pull up another South African guy right quick, just to kind of cue it up. Serpenteza, and he has something. Yeah. So there's this, but he has a personal story of how he got out of Africa, how he escaped South Africa. Let's see, South Africa. Okay. Yeah. 2 times I escaped being murdered in Africa. Okay. So we'll pull one of these up soon.
You know, and don't clock me for saying unalived. You know, I can't say the real word on YouTube, but you know, due to racism or I can't say it too often on YouTube, but you know, due to race.
Why can't we say words on YouTube? I don't like this. These corporations seem to have more power than our government. I don't think that private citizens or private entities or even public entities should have a say in what private citizens are allowed to do, or like what they're allowed to say, what they're allowed to consume. I don't like that. And it's really only possible thanks to technology. which kind of goes back to the Unabomber thing, which I said I would talk about, and then I forgot until just now.
And this there's all this evidence of them trying to persecute these white South Africans. They're going and confiscating their land, and they're really just putting these white South Africans through hell for things that happened before majority of them were even born. Okay, and it doesn't just stop there. It's not just like people calling each other mean names. It's not like little childish racism like we more often than not see here in America. It is like actually frightening what is happening over there. So there's this economic freedom fighter named Julius that is calling for violence very openly against the farmers, the white farmers over in South Africa. Here's a clip.
Konto Alliance shoot to kill Hamaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that a lot of white people were exaggerating when they said that there was this effort to persecute white South Africans. I thought it was just like being over dramatic. And then I saw this. Shout out to Mr. Rodriguez that showed me this clip, and I was baffled, absolutely baffled.
It's because he hasn't. I mean, I understand. He even said it. He's like, I can't care about everyone's, and yeah, I understand it. But yeah, this has been going on for a bit, and it is very much a real problem. But I understand why no one here in America really talked about it. Once you leave America for long enough, you start to realize that there's a lot of things that you don't know as an American because our media doesn't give it to you. You start to learn that our media is essentially a propaganda arm of our government. You don't really see it until you leave and you're like, oh my gosh. All of the things that we point out in other countries that they're doing, these are things that we ourselves are in fact doing here in this country. It may not be the government, but that's why I just said that I don't think it should be the case that corporations, it seems like corporations have more power than the government. And I know that they technically don't, because at the end of the day, it's our government that has control over the military, but it's corporations that has control over who gets into Congress, who has the power to vote on whether or not the military is going to. So corporations have a lot of power. So I can't even say it's our state's fault, although it is.
That's a stadium full of people dancing and chanting to unalive these farmers simply for being white. Okay, and you know, it's this economic.
I'm curious, for those of you who are not white, are you not capable of recognizing racism if it's not coming from another group other than you? There's one thing that has always baffled me, is that it's like this selective caring of racism, or caring about racism. If you are going to go around calling people racist, then you need to call everyone who exhibits that behavior racist, you know, who fits that definition. If you don't do that, then you're not, I mean, it's kind of bad faith in that way. This is something I've been talking about for, I don't know, maybe how many years? What year is this? So maybe 5 or 6 years now. I started to notice it was getting really bad, the racism against white people in our country. Specifically, well, it's not racism against men, but white men, I've noticed it, how they were being treated. And that shit scares me, because if it can happen to one group, it can happen to another group. And given my history, or my ancestry in this country, I'm more sensitive to that than maybe some of the other people who are in this country. So that idea that we can just turn and just demonize one group, it scares me, because when is it going to be our turn again? Which is why if I see any form of that type of behavior, I call it out, and I make sure that, you know, I build a bridge at least, because, you know, if the group is going to go down, then the best I can do is make sure that I have as many connections who understand that I'm not about that shit. So it's like, if they go now, it's like, fuck them. I don't care. They shouldn't have been racist. They should have said something. They should have stood up for people. Just like the white people and the Jewish people who stood up for Black Americans during the Civil Rights Movement. They didn't have to do that, yet they did. And I can't forget that, because I've had those people when I was growing up helping me in my life. They didn't have to. There is no reason why the CEO and chairman of the board of a very large home building company has any reason to help my relatively poor grandfather with his grandson. He didn't have to do that, but they did. And as a result, I feel it's like my responsibility, it's my duty almost, that if things are happening, especially to that group, for what it's worth, I grew up around Jews. I know that they're not really, there are not that many Jews on earth, believe it or not. So I grew up around them, which is why y'all may not know this, but I know a lot of them. I have a lot of Jewish friends, and I don't like what's happening to them right now, because it could very easily be me. Let's see here. Facts. That came in late. I'm not sure what we're facting to, but I'm accepted. I'll take it. And that goes for other people, right? Like even the Asians. There's been some bullshit happening to them over the past 5 years, 6 years, specifically from my community. And I'm a little bit more sensitive to that because, like I said, maybe a day or two ago, the girl I was intending to marry had to deal with that shit from our community because she's Asian and not Black, and I happen to be Black, and I guess these Black hyenas think that I'm just going to be with them if I wasn't with her. And yeah, I'm calling them hyenas if they're going to, treat someone like that for no reason. This girl didn't do nothing to them. The only thing she did was she went to a good school, and I happened to go there. I didn't see many of them at my school. Otherwise, maybe it would have been them. Maybe, probably not. Not because I'm not attracted, just because of the mouth and attitude. I'm not dealing with that shit. I don't have to. I'll leave that for the lesser men to have to deal with and put up with. I don't have to do that shit.
Freedom Fighter Movement is a far left opposition party known for its radical economic policies and how anti-Western they have become. And they're talking about the Boers, however you say it. They are descendants of Dutch-speaking settlers who colonized parts of South Africa back in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. So a lot of them, their descendants are who are the Afrikaners today, the white South Africans that are today's topic of discussion. Now, you would think that there's going to be, obviously there was backlash. When Julius was up there chanting to murder these people, there of course was backlash, but he stood 10 toes down on his hateful rhetoric. Here's another clip.
Well, also, all of the people in the crowd was really into it. They didn't seem to see anything wrong with it.
That is a court decision that must be respected. Those who have appealed it, they must go and fight it in court. We won, and we shall sing this song in line with the court decision. The Court of South Africa, an independent court, has made a declaration on this matter and is closed. This is sponsored outrage by Helen Zille. Black people, there are some black, clever blacks who are told by Helen Zille to get angry. Helen is angry, now we must be angry also. I don't even want to talk about that illiterate John Steenhuisen. If Helen was opposed to this for real, why didn't Helen join the case? Why didn't the DA join the case when I was taken to Equality Court? Why didn't the Freedom Front join the case if they are genuine? So I'm not going to over-explain myself.
She said boom, 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 boom. And
I was looking at her too. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm looking at the sign there.
But this is what I'm talking about. This is the type of hateful rhetoric that they're spreading. He has no shame, no apology for the fact that he is a major influential activist and political figure and still calling for the death of so many of these white these white farmers, these white people living in South Africa. And you would think that the left, who's always wanted to rescue people that are, you know, a victim class and a minority group, as these white people are in South Africa, they are the minority. The left is more mad that the refugees are the left is more mad that the refugees are white, rather than celebrating that 50 plus people have been saved from persecution in a way that is legal and via due process. And really, that's a big part of why they're actually mad.
And it's only 50 people. Let's just be real. That's such an insignificant amount of people that why would you be mad? It's 50 people. 50. It's not 2 million. However many millions came from our southern border, or wherever the fuck they came from. It's not millions. In fact, these people who are coming are closer to us in culture than those other people who are coming here. And I'm saying this as a black man. No disrespect to, you know, South American and all that. Like, you know, no disrespect to y'all, but I don't rock with y'all's culture. It's not my culture. I don't value your culture like that. I value my own culture. And yes, I do understand that my culture is technically not my own. It's been indoctrinated into me by, you know, by virtue of where I was born. But hell, it's my culture now. And I prefer my culture to South American culture, bar none. So if someone from South Africa is going to come here, whether they're white or black, because South Africa was ruled by the Dutch, that's why I'm like, they have more in common with us. I'm for it. It makes it easier. We have things in common already when it comes, like, culturally, and that's a big deal. No, there's no honor killings. I'm not saying that that's what they do in Latin America. I know they don't do that. I'm just saying, I'm just using an example that some of you may understand. There are no honor killings that happen from that region, from South Africa. I'm happy to have people who come here who don't do honor killings. I don't want the people who come from that type of society or culture where, you know, it's like that's what they do. Nah, fuck that. They can stay where they at.
Actually mad because, one, they're white, and because, two, they came here legally. Okay, this is not the same as the people who are breaking into our country illegally.
And on top of that, they're holding an American flag. They're not holding the flag of a fucking foreign country. Just already, I like them more, because these other fucks who are in our country, they're holding their flags from these other countries that ain't us. Coming in here saying what we owe them, what rights they have in my country. Fuck them. If they would, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. If the people who are coming here, if they were exhibiting, like, you know, just pro-America and waving our flags or whatever, I would have more sympathy, really. Because even though, you know, they're still illegal, I'll be like, oh, well, you know, whatever. I'll probably be a lot more just, fuck it. They should stay. Given that they're already, like, so pro-American, we need more pro-Americans in our country, not less. But yeah, no, they don't do that. They come here waving their own foreign flags, and then they don't want to assimilate. They don't want to, like, they assume that their culture is superior and that they're going to keep it. It's like, no. If you want to move to my country and become a citizen of my country, fuck your culture. Fuck your culture. I will shit on your culture. I don't care about your culture. If you're in my country, you adopt to our culture here. It's not the other way around. We don't have to accommodate you. That's not how it works. You come here, you want to live here, you adopt our culture. We bring you in, we allow you to stay. You know, you're one of us now. It's not this, oh no, you get to come here, reap the benefits of our culture while maintaining your shitty culture that did not produce the benefits that we have here. It's like, go take your culture and see how it works out. We've seen how it worked out already.
This is not the same. These people can, and look, they're already holding American flags. You have people who bring their dusty selves through our border and then don't even want to hold an American flag. They want.
Man, two independent black people. We have a Zesty and we have a, I don't know what you would call me. What do you call a regular black? Like, just like we got him And we got me coming to the same fucking conclusion. They're holding our flags. Not these foreign flags, man.
To bring their own flag. If your own flag represents a country that you love so much, then go back. You don't have to be here. But here you have these white.
I'm gonna go one step further. You're not even wanted here. You're not even wanted here. And I can't wait until things change where it's like they can start to feel the social pressure. You know, all this bullshit rights that they claim to have in my country. It's like, nah. I see that's the problem with America, is that most Americans ain't been no fucking where. They're local as fuck. They've never left the country. So they have this warped ass perception of what the rest of the world is like. I can't go anywhere else on earth and just walk into their country. With a passport, there are certain countries that Americans can enter with a passport, but you have to go through a port of entry, the airport. Some of them have seaports. You have to go through a border entry essentially. But that's not all countries. Even then, you still need to do it legally. I can't go into any other country on earth illegally and then expect that these people in these countries are going to just like extend all these olive. Just no. As I said yesterday, I've been to 53 countries. About half of them I had to get visas for, which means that I had to apply, and their country, they get to decide on whether or not they're going to allow me into their country. The most recent country, because I haven't been accepted into all countries that I've tried to get a visa for. I tried to get a visa 3 times for Vietnam, and 3 times my visa got rejected and I could not go to that country. So why in the hell are Americans here saying, oh, we should have borderless? It's like, no, fuck you. No, we shouldn't have borderless shit. We should have our border, and we should do what every other country on earth does, which is protect their border.
South Africans who are grateful to be here, came here legally, and have been saved from murder and from persecution. This is not the same. Okay? And then you have these people who are constantly trying to say that this is about race and that they're only being rescued because they're white. It really shows me that y'all don't do a lick of research before you start making these claims online. Okay, y'all are gonna stop calling.
No, what it is projection. It's generally the most racist people who only focus on race. That's one of the things that I've noticed. Here's a fun test. If everything you do, you look at it through the lens of race, you are more likely a racist. Believe it or not, there are some people who can look at someone and race is not even a factor. It's more like, I treat race more like height, where it's just like, okay, all right, yeah, you're 5'8". Okay, that's, who gives a shit, right? I treat race as the same as that, because I understand that race and culture, not the same thing. So why should I care about someone's like features that they don't have any control over, when it's like, nah, I'm gonna focus on the thing that matters, which is how do they act? How do they behave? What are their values? You know, culture. What language do they speak? That kind of shit, right? Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is just above average IQ thinking, and I don't know, it's weird.
My president racist. Donald Jaquan Trump has rescued so many refugees from non-white countries. If we're going to go off the statistics, if we're going to look at the facts of the matter, based on country of origin data, there have been, during Trump's last presidency, there was an estimated 101,000 refugees that were rescued, and 86% of the, 118,000 refugees in total, and then 101,000 of them roughly were non-white. So 86% of the refugees that Trump saved during his last administration were non-white. Okay, these are people who came from the Democratic Republic of Congo, about 15,000 of them, from Myanmar, about 12,000 of them, from Iraq, that's about 10,000. And then you compare that to the roughly 16,000 from Ukraine, which is predominantly white. So if you look at the facts, white people are definitely the minority. This was a very targeted effort to save these people.
Here's another fact. White people, like the skin color white, there's the book that I'm reading, the PM, the Godfather of Singapore. He says that there are basically 4 races. There's white, there's yellow, there's black, there's brown. That's how he's like, because he's like, since race is bullshit, he's like, these are the races. It's just, you can break it down to that. Those 4. And you want to know which one has the fewest amount of people? The whites. Just think about it for a little bit. Just in China, I'm not going to take their population numbers at face value. I'm going to think I think it's under 1 billion, but I'm going to say, let's say it's 1 billion people. They're not 1 billion people in all of Europe. All of Europe is 500 million people, but that's just one country, China. Let's go. What about India? They have 1.5 billion people. None of them are white. Also, Southeast Asia, they have 500 million people. That's 500 million people. So just between China, India, that's what, 3? Am I doing math right? About 3 billion right there. And that's just between those, just that region. That's not including the rest of East Asia or the rest of Southeast Asia. Well, that's not including East Asia. That's not including Central Asia. Not including them. So when you break it down, whites are actually the minority on Earth. They happen to be the majority in the countries in which they, that they have their own nations. Yes, they are the majority in their own nations. It's very telling to me that everyone wants to come and join their nation, become a citizen in their nation, not the other way around. Maybe I'm just a fact noticer.
Immediately murdered and persecuted. Okay, there are memorials out there where you see these crosses that represent all of the different white farmers that have been murdered due to race, and the evidence that they leave at these crime scenes make it very clear that it is due to race. Okay, each one of those crosses represents a white farmer that has been killed. This is crazy. So crazy. And the fact that people are trying to act like this isn't happening is frightening, or like it's okay because they're white. Are you really that hateful? And then there's other factors that play into this, because again, I hate this notion that we have to tie race into everything that doesn't even have anything to do with race. Agreed. Okay, because another reason why we were able to bring these South Africans over here so quickly, according to White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, the South African applicants were much easier to vet and to bring over here quickly because South Africa has stable documentation systems, unlike these war-torn countries and regions like Sudan. Okay, do you know how long it takes to vet somebody from Sudan compared to South Africa? Okay, so let's look at that fact. Then there's also the fact of their capability of assimilation. Okay, because again, these people were not just brought here because they're white. They were brought here because they can assimilate to America more easily. You already see that they're holding American flags. They can speak English. Majority of I'm pretty sure all of the ones that got brought over, but majority of that demographic speaks fluent English. Yeah. And they have similar values. They already practice in their, in their communities, freedom of speech, property rights, constitutional beliefs. So,
bro, that's a big one that so many people, but it's generally ignorant people. To have people come from a country that doesn't have strong property rights and then enter a country that does, that's a big one. That's a big one. Or people who come from countries that have rule of law and not just lawless, where you could just bribe, like that's a big one too. But these are things I guess you don't notice until you're put in positions, or you put yourself in positions to be able to notice them.
To sit here and try to act like all of that is irrelevant is crazy. Okay, and being honest, like it has nothing to do with economics. This narrative that refugees has to only do with being poor is also a weird narrative that started because I believe woke ideology and people being so afraid of people that aren't dirt poor, but unless they're donating to the Democrat Party, but that's conversation for another day. But a lot of these Afrikaners, these white South Africans, they are historically privileged minority. So they are middle class, most of them. So they, again, are used to Western norms and cultural traditions. A lot of them actually descend from Dutch Reformed faiths and Protestants. So they understand Christian traditions and the nuclear family structure that align with mainstream society and our values, okay? Which we're gonna get a lot more into today, because unlike, say, Islamic...
No, yeah, you're right. They do own most of the land. Just like here in America, who owns most of the land? I get it. No. They own most of the land. Yeah, I get it. But here's the thing. There are some other countries that decided to kick out their white farmers, and things are not going well for those countries because believe it or not, they were not competent. What's the name? I think is it Zimbabwe that was begging their let's see, is it Zimbabwe? Zimbabwe begs farmers return. Huh. Look at that. Zimbabwe is offering to return land seized from foreign white farmers, and it's also compensating local and foreign white farmers who lost land and property in controversial land seizures. This move is seen as a way to mend ties with the West and acknowledge the injustices of the land reform program implemented by former President Robert Mugabe. Now, here's the thing that's left off. They started having food supply issues. they were like, they did a South Africa. They actually pulled it off. They pulled a South Africa, except they did it, and then realized that they are incompetent. They can't even run their own country. They can't build infrastructure. They can't build technology. They are dependent on these people for their sustainability. And once they realize that, oh, now we gotta rectify the situation. So it's like, I get you. And I'm not saying that South Africans are incompetent. I'm not really saying that, but I am saying that they could be. You know, just because you remove a certain group of people who own most of the things, like the land, doesn't mean that your life is going to improve. Just think about here in America. Let's assume that we say, you know what, we want to say we don't want any white person to own any corporation or any land. Do you really think America is going to improve because of that? Just think about it. Who built it? Sometimes you have to be honest with yourself and acknowledge the fact that certain cultures are better at producing certain results. And if you agree or disagree, it's still a fact that the culture that came out of the Enlightenment, like post-Enlightenment era of Europe, is second to none. Look at what it's produced. It's produced everything that we know in our modern world. Everything that we take for granted, including the things that, you know, make us bad, make us sad and all that kind of stuff, the technology and the revolutions, all that, like, it produced all that too. Or what about the philosophical things where it's like each individual is their own person? You know, you shouldn't have to pay for the sins of your father, so to say. That's here. Freeing the fucking slaves that they didn't have to free. The Western culture produced that. So it's not lost on me, where it's just certain cultures are better than others. Sue me. Also, did you see the video of South African parents sitting in Trump's office while they played the chant? I mean, I saw the video, but I don't know if I saw like what you're asking me if I saw. Right, I want to double tap on that. Wait, what are we writing about? I'm sorry. The chat is behind, and you know that, right? Hopefully you know that. So y'all have to forgive me if y'all say something and, you know, I may not respond to it immediately, or if I seem to be ignoring it, I'm not. It's just that it's a delay. You gotta give me more information, Jimmy. What do you mean? Right? I want to double tap on that. Double tap on what? All right, while you figure out what we're going to double tap on, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the video.
Refugees from Sudan, those religions practice, ideas and perspectives and have traditions that are very different from what the US has. Again, we are not a multicultural country. We are a diverse country. There's a difference. Multicultural is when you see all these different cultures that are coexisting, but they're not deeply intertwined. That's where you have nations where they have a bunch of different languages and there's a lot more separation and segregation in their country. We are a diverse country. In order to remain a diverse country, we have to have certain elements of assimilation. And
man, him saying assimilation is kind of it's bothering me. It's assimilation. Not assimu. It's like simulation. He's saying a simulation, like a simulation. It's a simulation. But anyway, he's right. When I travel abroad, I'm American. That's how I have American culture, even though I'm Texan. Like my culture, they don't look at me as this. When I'm in Africa, they don't look at me as this. Some of them will ask, they're like, are you one of us? And I'll be like, I don't know. They never asked me that in West Africa. I'm not even gonna lie. At no point when I was in West Africa did they ever ask if I was one of them, which is interesting to me because my assumption is that I probably am from West African descent. That's my assumption just due to how the slave trade worked. But East Africa, Northeast Africa, as well as parts of Central Africa, some parts, they're like, are you one of us? I'm like, no. All right, got you. So maintenance of infra doesn't mean that, let me pull it up bigger. So maintenance of infra doesn't mean that once the other people have it, they can suddenly maintain. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. I am of the mindset that if you can't build it, you can't maintain it. Now, some people may disagree with me. What I would say and what I would push back on is that they're not engineers. Like, if you can't build it, you probably can't maintain it. It's a high likelihood. It's a high correlation there. So, yeah. And infrastructure it's been failing a lot ever since, a lot of this turmoil has been happening. They have brownouts all the time in South Africa. It's not just South Africa, even in Nigeria, you can't go, if you're in Nigeria and if anybody has ever been there for any length of time, you know this. Every house, well, not every house. Man, I'm giving away shit. Not every house, gosh. How do I want to say this? Some houses have generators, diesel generators, and they're running almost all the time because the electric grid goes out. Most hotels, I don't even know if it's most hotels. The hotels that I've stayed at or that I would stay at, they all have generators because the electricity goes out. All of the restaurants that I have gone to or would go to also have generators. They kicked out the British, Nigeria. I think that was a mistake, the way they did it. And they didn't keep the institutions. The book that I'm reading from the godfather of modern day Singapore, he recognized the gift that the British left. They left all institutions intact. And they didn't, his mission was to make sure that they were like, that they didn't go away. Like that there was no way that they can go away. And it's worked out for Singapore. They have rule of law. They have strong property rights. They have the contract law, just like they have, what do we have? Common law. They have common law. For what it's worth, common law, I think it's one of the most impactful innovations in how societies handle conflicts in this millennia. That's how important I think British common law is. It's a big deal. Not everyone was fortunate enough to have the British colonized them. I know it sounds fucked up, but hey, like America is a former British colony, and look at how we turned out. Now, think about all the other countries. Spain colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? France colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? Italy colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? Belgium colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? The Germans also colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? The Dutch colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? The Portuguese colonized people. How did their colonies turn out? Bar none, Britain's colonies are the crown jewels of Earth at this moment. We have America. We're a big one. We're a big one. Unfortunately, Nigeria, no, I don't know what they were thinking, but hey, they decided to get rid of it, so whatever. The ones who kept it, how about that? The ones who kept it are still where they are and are in line to become powerhouses. You know, assuming America declines. Australia is one of them, just FYI. Hong Kong was another one. Singapore was one as well. India, Pakistan, although there's some other issues in Bangladesh, those were all part of Britain, the empire. Canada. Anyway, let's see here. Spicy question. If you can't do anything about what will happen, wait, hold on, I'm sorry. If you can't do anything about what will happen, can you make a play on it? What supply chains are tied to that region? Will the shocks on that crumble accordingly? Opportunity. No, we don't have any supply chains. They don't produce any. I mean, they produce things, but they don't produce anything of notable value for us here in America. So, which is like, think about it, right? I mean, they could have done drugs, because like when I say drugs, I mean pharmaceuticals. Actually, no, that is something that they do. I think they do pharmaceuticals, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. South Africa pharmaceutical Google will fix it industry. Yeah, there we go. Yes. So it seems like it's only on the African continent. Yeah, it's only African. So no, I don't think that Americans would ever like import drugs from South Africa. Now we do import them from India. But India is also way more advanced, and they also have more in common with us, even though you may not believe it. In a way, we have more in common with India because we share a common family tree, I suppose. We're also former British colonies here in the States. They were too. They have common law there too. They have property rights, although, you know, they have other issues, but some of those issues are not necessarily due to Britain, but just, you know, they left and they didn't have the types of leaders that other places had to maintain these systems and to refine them and make sure that they never went away.
Of cultural understanding of Judeo-Christian values. Doesn't mean you have to be religious. It helps, but you at least have to understand that there are certain things that we just do not do here. Certain elements of decorum. Okay? So then you also look into it like their careers, you know, from an educational and professional standpoint. A lot of these middle-class people have backgrounds in skills that we need here in America, such as farming, running businesses, technical fields, you know, all these different industries that we can actually utilize here. Okay, their education is similar to what we have here. We're not raising terrorists over here. Not saying that all the other nations of a certain religion are.
Wait, no, I have to disagree I have to push back. I think we are raising terrorists here. We see them in our streets. We call them domestic terrorists now. Like, that's happening. Those people were raised here. They've never been anywhere else in their life. They've only been here in America. Now, you know, maybe it's not the kind of terror, like maybe you have a stereotypical terrorist in your mind. Maybe you have that. But no, we definitely produce terrorists here.
But y'all know what I mean. But all that to say, you know, as we're talking about the importance of Judeo-Christian values and just what that looks like, you have to keep all these factors in mind. Okay, so to sum this all up and how it ties into the Black fatigue, first of all, the Black fatigue is this notion that if it doesn't support Black people and it isn't in Black interests and immediately appealing to Black people or to various minority groups, particularly usually Black though, then it's deemed as racist and as a terrible thing. And people try to have this mindset now looking over at South Africa, so much so that they have no sense of humanity when it comes to these people that are being persecuted. And I'm exhausted of that. I understand Black fatigue, and I understand.
All right, this is going separate. There are only 50 of them. If you are an American and you are pissed off that 50 South Africans, they won't even fill up a fucking plane. Just think about that. These transatlantic planes, the planes that fly over the Atlantic, they hold way more than 50 people. They can't even fill a plane and you're upset? I can understand if it's hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands or millions. But it's 50 people. Come on, bro. Like 50 people. You know, even though I'm not really a fan of Venezuela, if only one Venezuelan was brought here, well, I'm not. You think I'm about to waste my energy complaining that one Venezuelan was brought here? No, I don't. At that point, I don't care. It doesn't reach the point of being significant to me. It's only when it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands where I'm like, okay, this is a problem. But this is 50 people. 50. And you want to know what's crazy is that a lot of them don't even want to leave the country. A lot of the white South Africans, they won't leave. They're like, why should I leave my home? And I understand that. It's just like us here in America. You know, if things started to go south, like for instance, if racism continues this path, because it seemed like we were fine, and then all of a sudden now it's more racist than it was when I was younger, all of a sudden. We keep going down this path, and now Black people are now the demons. And some of us have to flee. Well, or if things are so bad to where it's making our life dangerous here, there are going to be a lot of us who decide that, no, why the fuck would I leave? This is my home. My ancestors were born here. My ancestors were buried here. My ancestors existed here before the country, the United States, existed. Why the fuck am I about to go somewhere else? This is my home. So that's how they feel in South Africa too. And I can understand it because, kind of the same thing here. I do understand that the Dutch went down to South Africa, and, these people who are here, they were born there, but their ancestry is tied to somewhere else. Who does that remind you of? I was born here, but my ancestry is tied to somewhere else far enough down the line. Does that mean that I look at Africa as home? Hell no. Hell no. I don't even look at myself as even being a part of their group. I'm not African. I don't even want to be. I prefer being American. It's going to sound fucked up, but I'm kind of glad that those Africans back in the day sold my ancestors and they came over to America. It sucked for them. They went through hell, terrible lives. But through their misery, it led to me being able to have the freedoms that I have and to have the life that I have. I don't have to sleep in a fucking mud hut. I know some people are like, oh, Africa's rich. It's like, oh, but miss me with that bullshit. I've actually been to most of the countries in Africa. No. America is rich. Singapore is rich. Japan is rich. You can tell when you're in a rich country. Here's the main way that you know that you're in a rich country. They don't have open sewers. The sewage doesn't flow through the streets on the side of the road. That's how you know you're in a rich country. And yeah, I'm not lying. Like in sub-Saharan Africa, the sewage is open. It's sometimes some of the richer ones, like Nigeria, the richer one, they'll put these little concrete blocks, but they still have holes in them on the side of the road, and the sewage is going underneath there. But in other ones, it's just out in the open. So I know there's been a lot of talk, some people are, oh, Africa is rich. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. It's like, well, this brother does. I've been to those countries and they are poor. I grew up in the hood here in Houston. And when I went to Equatorial Guinea for the first time, I realized that even growing up in the hood, even when we were homeless here in America, me and my family, even when we were homeless, I was still richer. I was still wealthier than anyone, well, not anyone, but most people in Equatorial Guinea, because we have safety nets here. We have roads here. We have electricity here. We have running water here. Our houses have fucking roofs on them. I've never seen my mom go to a well and pump water and carry the shit 5 miles on her head so that she can take a shower outside in the open. I've never seen that here in America, but I saw it everywhere when I was in Equatorial Guinea. But hey, I guess, maybe they're rich and I'm just, maybe I'm just too bougie to see it. Although there are some stupidly rich people in Equatorial Guinea, specifically the president and his posse. They basically, all of the country's national resources, they have oil, for what it's worth. They have control over it. And that family, they don't even know how much they're worth. They're rich beyond belief. And on their little island, I think it's Malabo, where, where all him and his cronies live, in the central part where that part's rich. I'm not going to lie. There are rich places in Africa, but you're still in Africa. That's the thing. That's one of the sayings that you learn from the expats. It's like, you might be in like a very nice city in Africa. You're still in Africa. You're still in Africa. I wish them the best though. Mainly because even though I'm not African, I still understand that my ancestors came from there. And even though their ancestors sold my ancestors, we still have some things in common. So I'm just like, I wish them the best, but I'm good with being an American. All right, what else do we got? She demanded white men rise up. All right, sure, we can watch that. There was one by Replicant Fish that I wanted to watch. I don't see it anymore. Maybe I'll just, oh wait. Okay. Single man ban. Yeah, this is something that interests me because I'm a man and I'm single. And I wonder how the state is going to coerce me to try to be with someone who I don't want to be with. Especially considering that if I go with that person and I know I don't want to go with them and I already understand that they can divorce me at any time and take half my shit, why the hell would I sign up for that? If that happened here in America, that will be the point where I leave the country. For real. Like, it's just, I'm not for it. I would leave for that. I wouldn't leave the people trying to kill me. But I would leave you over here trying to tax me more for being single and not wanting to deal with these people. Let's watch it. Let's learn something about this tax. I just saw it. There we go, right here.
Shame men in being single than to congratulate. For instance, the male loneliness epidemic is used quite hard, isn't it? But notice how they never want to glorify single men. It's always shamed, isn't it? Almost as if everyone, including modern women especially, want to make sure you as a man do not enjoy your peace and freedom. They almost want to make sure you can never actually find peace and enjoyment and happiness in life without them. Because that's going to become very dangerous. Why?
Dude, I am so fucking sick of men in my comment section never dating again. Women hurt me. All they want is money.
Wow, this woman's having a spasm in her car. I think there's something wrong with her. Yeah, she did say she was sick, but was she sick of the truth? Yeah, I mean, it is strange how triggered she is by men saying to her, Yeah, I'm never dating again. I'm staying single. It's just going to be me and my life and myself. Obviously, some single men have kids, but we get the point. We get the point. To glorify it. Yeah? Notice, when it's glorified, it's not liked, is it? Look how in glorifying your singledom, your bachelorhood as a man, it's affecting this woman here. Now, obviously, she's exaggerating, but it's strange, even if they act as if they don't care, they're still sort of triggered, aren't they? But this is just the beginning. Things are going to get worse for us as men who enjoy being single. Note, key point, enjoy being single. I hope you're focused and on your square. Some of us enjoy it too much.
I don't know why I love that bark down
Sick
there.
of it, dude. I block them. I straight up block them every single time. Out of the dating pool. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
What are you hurt? Some men are out of the dating pool. However the hell she said it.
Yeah, that's what's funny to me is that, you know, they'll say stuff like this, and then when we just say, all right, all of a sudden now it's a problem. It's almost as if they don't mean what they say. Almost.
Dating pool. Silence. Nobody cares. This is Willie why men just aren't dating right now. I understand that a couple years ago, before the red pill stuff, women needed to be humbled. There was people like Karen from HR, and she wanted to only exclusively be with like an NFL player. I understand that, but women got humbled, and the playing field went like this, and they've been being humbled for a while.
Are there any men in my audience right now who have been in relationships? If so, like, please share your, like, I would like to learn more about y'all experiences, because I see this stuff on YouTube, and one of the things that I've been talking to other people about behind the scenes is that I think that these problems that are being magnified on the internet aren't as big as they seem. That's just my thought based off of, in the past, a lot of things that are magnified in the media are never as big as they seem. So I'm curious if any of you have been in relationships and have dealt with this. Like, what are y'all thinking? I would like to eventually, you know, as this audience grows, to learn from the people directly and not through Google and Alphabet, because who knows, this could be a psyop for all I know. Let's keep going. I know in my case, I've dealt with some things, and for me, I understand. So I get it for me, but I want to know if this is the case for other people.
Men do the exact same shit, though. Let me explain. I literally have men DM me, and they'll talk to themselves in my DMs, and then they're at the end of it, I just done with the dating pool. Yeah. I saw you talk about how you went on a date and you didn't like them. I'm done with dating. I'm a good guy, you won't respond.
What kind of man will go into a random woman's DMs and message her about stuff like that? I'm just curious. I've never gone into a stranger woman's DMs. Honestly, I don't even click on stranger women profile, or not even stranger. I don't click on strangers, period. I don't even go to their profile. So it's strange to me that there are people that exist that will go into a stranger's profile and DM them whatever she's talking about. Does that actually happen? So I can like, you know, I'm on her side if that happens. It's like, the bitch, shut up. Not her, but you know, the guy. Like, nobody asked you to, like, you DMing somebody, that's different. That's different. Now, if it's a conversation that she initiated and then we go back to, no, I'm not on her side. But as of right now, I think I might be on her side. What kind of pathetic ass man goes into some stranger woman's DMs and messages that type of shit? That's weird.
Okay, all right, we understand she's taking the absolute piss out of men. Even when men are talking honestly about their experiences and why they choose to remain single, she's still taking the absolute piss, isn't she? Now, yes, we get it. She understands to a degree.
You know what I think we should have? We need some type of app or something where men who have dealt with certain people in the past, like an accountability app. You know, it's kind of like, this is why we can't have nice things. You know what I mean? Where if these women are complaining, they ask this shaming question, oh, who hurt you? Well, it's like, maybe you give an answer and it's like, well, what are you going to do about it? So maybe we can have something like that can hold some of these women accountable for their actions that they've done in the past. Because let's be real, the past directs the future. I'm pretty confident that if a lot of, like, it seems like it's a lot of men. I don't know how many. I'm just going to say majority because I'm just use that. It seems like the majority of men have dealt with things like this. And it also sounds like a growing majority, maybe not majority, a growing minority, potentially a majority in the future of men are just saying, no, we're not going to deal with these people. And it sounds like there is a ever increasing amount of women who are upset and complaining about a lack of good men. No one's wanting to commit. No one's coming up and like chasing them or whatever the hell they say. And I wonder how many of them are smart enough or have the, I don't know, the prefrontal cortex, if it's developed enough to where they can see logic. Maybe my behaviors when I was younger, how I treated certain people, maybe that created the world that I'm living in today. I guess that would take accountability, right? That would take humility to admit that maybe you aren't as good of a person as you claim yourself to be. Maybe that's why that doesn't happen. But we need some type of app or something. Deja Vu on the lookup table. I think you mentioned this a couple streams ago. I did? Oh, my bad. If I did, obviously I didn't think about it anymore. I'm not even gonna lie. Half the shit I say on this stream is just shit that I say on this stream. I'm literally talking shit. After this, I'm gonna go and read my book and not give a fuck about most things. Sweet dough, what good? Wait, what's good to eat around here? There? Hold on, sorry, I'm talking to my cousin. But yeah, we need some type of accountability service or app or something like that where, you know, you can understand like, all right, this person did X, Y, and Z, and this is why. And maybe these women can go and rectify the situation. You know, like if they want their world to be better, perhaps they can, you know, since they're equal and they can do everything that we can do, maybe they should build the world so that it's better. They can become a part of the solution. You know, if they have this sisterhood where they allow bad behavior, if they stop allowing bad behavior, or I don't think that'll ever happen because reputational damage is how they express aggression. Just like with men, we express it through violence. That's like saying that men won't be violent. I don't see that happening. So let's just move on. There's no solution here for me.
But the reason partially she's triggered is because she does understand and she knows that a lot of it is true. There are a lot of good, decent men who are single and remaining single. That's where the problem is. That's why, again, know how they love to shame. Because if you're a man that's put together, there's nothing actually wrong with you. You are capable of dating, and as we've seen, the governments want to push policies to make sure you get married. Yeah. If you're choosing
I gotta read that. I didn't know China was doing that. I know Japan's been doing this.
Decent men who are single and remaining single. That's where the problem is.
It's probably limited success in China as well.
Love to shame. Because if you're a man that's put together, there's nothing actually wrong with you. You are capable of dating, and as we've seen, the governments want.
There we go. How China is tackling declining marriage rates with cash incentives to tie the knot. Okay, let's find that. Wait, did I misspell that? Tackling, wait, what kind of issues? I've already forgotten. Oh, declining marriage, okay. I don't know why I misspelled China. Marriage, I'm sorry. Wait, what was that article? From Times of India, okay. You know, India and China are not close. I mean, they're close geographically, but they're not close. You know what I mean? So, you know, you got to read some of this type of stuff with a little bit of salt because, you know, they. This is why it's important to understand international relations. Indian food. All right, let's go back to the video. I don't want to get too distracted here.
Push policies to make sure you get married, yeah. If you're choosing to remain single and enjoying your single bachelor life too much,
disgusting,
you're going to be a hazard. You're going to make women question their own value, worth.
Yeah, their own
A lot
self-worth.
of men are still available, but when quality men are focused on themselves, it has a weird ripple effect, doesn't it? But carry on, make your point.
Meanwhile, it's a 60-year-old potato, dude.
Oh my God.
Of course I'm not gonna fucking respond. Go find another 60-year-old potato. Why can't anybody look in the mirror and think, I look like this, they can look like that, and then that's your, you know what I mean? That's what you can attract. I'm very cognizant of what I can attract and what's out of my league. I can figure it out. I made some comment the other day in my video about choosing the wrong men. I'm just being silly because I'm single right now. And literally men in the comment section are like, well, I really can understand why you're single. It's probably because you're just not choosing the good.
It's not because she's not choosing. I can tell why she's single. I wouldn't tolerate her. Just straight up, I just wouldn't tolerate her. Now, I know there are men who would tolerate her, but those aren't the men she wants. She wants a man who won't tolerate her. It's kind of,
every man I've ever
kind of
dated
crazy.
treated me very, very nicely, okay? That is a demand, okay?
Yet you're still single.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you stop telling
exactly.
yourself.
It's like, then why are you single? If they treated you so well and nicely and you left them? Or did they leave you?
You've dated good men, but yet you're still single, which means what did you leave them? Then the follow-up question is, why are you leaving good men? I mean, you're sort of telling on yourself and saying that you're the problem, aren't you? Yes, we get it. You're a woman. You have options and choices and whatever, blah, blah, blah. Who actually cares?
No one cares.
Exactly. But in some way, you're just telling men that even if they were decent, you're still going to treat them like crap, aren't you? Yes, as a woman, of course, you have your options, as do men. And if quality men don't approach you, you can only pick from the options you have, don't you? Can't you?
You don't know anything about me whatsoever. The only reason why these men are saying that type of shit in my comment section and in my DMs is because they're mad that I won't go on a date with them.
Okay.
That's what it is. I don't think
Lovely.
I'm hot shit. Okay.
I'm curious, why does she feel the need to turn on her camera and talk? Like, she seems very upset about this, considering this is, didn't she say she didn't care earlier? Or maybe that's me thinking
really
that she didn't
cool.
care.
I'm not ugly. Okay, I have a juicy ass.
Bullshit. Hey, yeah, okay, did you need to say that? I mean, who are you shopping yourself to, really?
Hey, I have a juicy ass.
Don't sexualize me and then you proceed to sexualize yourself. Right. Ma'am, you don't get to say whether or not you have a juicy X, Y, or Z. That's up for me to decide.
I'd buy that for $1.
Okay, you had to mention your juicy behind, really. You see, some other men would say, well, you didn't show it, so...
That's cap.
That is cap. However, that's not the point. That's not what we're here for. You're cussing men that you don't care about their singledom. I think you do. That's why you have to mention your juicy behind. You're still trying to shop yourself to a man somewhere, aren't you?
But potatoes, dude. Potatoes are mad. Why are you mad as a potato, dude?
You can make some chips.
Dude, that's insane. That's insane. I guarantee you these potatoes are not getting ignored by other potatoes. It's men and women are doing the same thing. The same thing that you're complaining about women doing, you're doing. I swear you're doing it.
That is
because
true
I'm
though.
watching
She's not lying. I can't. She's right. You know, on men's side, they will ignore a good girl because she's not that pretty. I get that. It happens a lot. And then these same men will, like, you know, they're dealing with these pretty women and things aren't going well for them, or, you know, they're cheating or, you know, monkey branching, doing whatever they do. It's like, well, it's kind of the same thing with men who have means. They have options, and I'm of the opinion that just because you, like, yes, you can have options, but that doesn't mean that you should do these things. I'm someone who thinks that way, but a lot of people don't. And maybe subconsciously they can't do it, right? Like, they have to find the next best thing, maybe. So it's the same on both sides. You know, men overlook women who aren't pretty. Women overlook men who aren't of a certain status.
my own fucking eyeballs. Oh, just women only want to, they only want the NBA players. Men are doing the exact same thing, dude. I'm not saying women aren't doing it because
Men don't want NBA players. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, we get a point. Men obviously want very attractive women, blah, blah, whatever. We get the point. I mean, however, still, she's being very insulting, isn't she? All the men that approach her, she's calling them potatoes. Nothing but some boiled potatoes trying to get some of her drawers. And her juicy butt, please. Please. It's alleged. Because most women want to
it's alleged.
I've seen it with my own fucking eyeballs.
I haven't seen it. Hers with my own
I've talked about it a
eyeballs.
million times, but men are doing it too. Men are doing it too. Men are doing it too. Anyway, shut up.
Wow.
Shut up about it.
Really?
Just shut up. If you're gonna not date, hey, cool. Hey, aw. Hey, oh man. Oh, you're not gonna date anymore.
Here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. A lot of them are asking. That's the problem. I don't think maybe she specifically isn't asking. But I see a lot of women asking, where are the men at? That's a question. And if someone gives you an answer that's the reason. So I get what she's saying. You know, if nobody's asking, then yeah, there's no need to go out of your way and put that out there. You know? I get that. I'm on her side on that one. However, I've been seeing a lot of content from a lot of different people on Instagram, and I don't have the others, but like sometimes I'll get Twitter stuff, and it's them asking these questions. Threads is basically that. It's female asking, where are all the men? Why? How come y'all don't chasing all that? They're asking the question, and if a man says, well, maybe I would push back and say, well, if you don't want them to say these things, maybe you should tell your fellow sisters to stop asking. And maybe you'll get silence, but I don't think they can handle silence that well. I don't think they're capable of that.
That's me. That's me whenever you comment that.
But I mean, you're still a single woman, aren't you? You're still a single woman who's trying to date, aren't you? So I mean, who do you assume you're gonna land with that attitude and that mocking? I mean, from your perspective as a woman, you're mocking the potato men in your comment section and your DMs. Yeah? But all men that are single are not potato men. And the reality is, who says the single men that you want even want you? You see, while those men are a potato to you, sadly, woman, you're a potato to some men as well, aren't you? Let's be honest.
Oh, man. Why are men not confident enough to walk up to women?
Okay. Oh, my point is proven literally in the neck. Wow, I did not see that coming. I was just saying that I wonder if she knows that women are asking these questions. There you go.
Shout out to the guys who are confident enough to walk up to women. The masculinity on earth has diminished drastically.
It has nothing to do with masculinity. And as a woman, I understand it. You have to kind of gloat about
yeah, you have to shame a little bit,
because you can only pick from the men who approach you, can't you? Yeah.
Confident enough to walk up to women.
That's lovely. And this is why some women have no view of men at all. They don't really have a view of men properly. They have a skewed view of men because they only know the men that approach him. That's it. However, notice she's still in her car complaining, isn't she? Why is she complaining? I mean, if men approach her, why is she complaining about the men who don't approach her? Why would they even matter? Yeah?
Confident enough.
However, of course they would, wouldn't they? Of course they would. None of you believe me when I say that single men who gloat about enjoying the single life, they're going to be banned in the future. Some of you don't understand.
Okay, here's this thing that happened. This was a big deal when I was coming of age. You see here, 2006. Some people would call these my formative years. I was in high school. This was a big deal. No means no. We had only the men. When I went to college in 2007, all of the boys, all of the men, the males, whatever you want to call us back then, we had to go and take. It was basically a training, and they basically were like, because it's a co-ed campus, and they were going over like sexual assault section, and they're like, no means no. If she is okay, all right, don't act like, if they don't want you to talk, don't talk to them. Okay. Well, here's the fucking result. Accept it. It's what you asked for. Maybe the younger women didn't ask for this, but it's what the women who before you asked for. If you're upset about it, you should go to them. Talk shit to them. Shame them. Do all of the things to them, because let's be real, this is the reason why it doesn't happen. Why the hell should a man risk his livelihood to go talk to you, and like at best, you're going to say yes, and now he has to spend his money on you. You're a fucking liability at best. That's the best case scenario, is you turn into a liability. And you have the audacity to ask, how come men don't? Well, here's a big reason why. This is a big reason why. Me too. No, perpetual victims. Why the fuck do I want to approach a victim? In a relationship, and I'm not talking about like a romantic relationship, but in a relationship where one person is a victim, the other person is guilty. If one person is a perpetual victim, why the hell would I want to be associated with that? I'm good. Now, fortunately, I haven't had any of those types of things happen to me, but I know people in my life, these types of things happen, like these sexual, what do you call those things? Like complaint, whatever. They got in trouble. Some of them got jail time. These were some athletes, by the way. One played basketball, the other one played football. And the girls say that that these two kids did something that they didn't want them to do. That's what they said. Do I believe it? Nah, but I know that I'm supposed to believe all women. I know I'm supposed to do that, right? I know I'm supposed to believe all women, right? I'm supposed to believe them. That was the hashtag believe all women. I know I'm supposed to do that, right? I never did, which makes me a toxic, masculine misogynist. I'll apply the label to myself. That's how much I give a shit about the label. Sometimes what happens in the past affects what happens in the present, or what happened in the past affects what happens in the present. So I don't know. Maybe she should. She looks young. Maybe she's too young to know that was a whole movement, and it went on for damn near 10 years. And then after that, it's like, oh, well, shit. It was stuff before that too. That's just a big one. That's when things really changed. But there were things that were happening before that. It started in the 60s.
And why?
70s.
And how it's affecting the modern woman. You see, women like this, they can see men out there. They can see from their perspective decent, put together men that they may find handsome. However, if these men aren't moving, if these men aren't approaching, what can they do? Nothing. Nothing. They can just sit in their car and make TikToks complaining, because that's all they can do. The amount of power decent single men have, it's amazing. It's alarming as well. I think this is why they're pushing so many policies, and they're heavily aimed at men. They want to tax you harder for being a single man, make your life harder for being a single man, because they know, and women know themselves, if they have less options to pick and choose from, use, manipulate and abuse and reject and whatever, it means they have less quality men to play with.
Confident enough to walk up to women?
Don't they? So even though this woman and other women have men...
It's interesting to me that she thinks that someone like myself isn't confident enough to go... Like, she's not even... Honestly, she's beneath me, my level. So it's interesting that she thinks that men aren't confident enough to come and talk to her. That's not the case. I wouldn't talk to her. I would see her. Even if I liked her, I wouldn't. No, I'm good, because I understand. I know how that works. Like, liking someone, that's most of the time that's just lust, and that shit goes away. At least for me, it goes away very quickly, like an hour or so. I forget you. No, I don't really, not into that. It's interesting how it seems that we seem to have more self-control than they do.
Approaching them still. It's only a certain percentage
maybe
of
not,
men.
Maybe
a lot
not.
of decent men know it's a waste of time. Can't be bothered anymore.
Men.
This is how it's affecting modern women. They can only pick from the men who approach.
Siri, turn on all the lights.
Decent men, focus on yourself. Save your goodness for your damn self.
To this day, guys don't even come up to you anymore. They'll just stare at you from a distance. As a woman who's trying to embody her feminine energy, you're not gonna catch me going up to the guy. You're just not.
Yeah, you're lost.
Just stare at each other. Shout out to the guys who are confident enough to walk up to women, because Guys don't do that anymore.
And a lot of dudes don't care. It's easy to approach a woman when you don't care. If you don't care about the outcome, it's very easy to approach. This is why a lot of women get approached by men who are married and have girlfriends already. They're already confident with what they've got at home.
Right. Or the guys who don't give a shit about you. It's because they don't care.
They don't care about the outcome about getting you.
If God were to guarantee that your 20th person would be the love of your life, you would be so happy to be rejected by all 19. What? So why are men not confident enough to walk up to women now?
It's only partially to do with confidence. Nowhere near as much as you think. Yeah, the rejection's heavy and strong, however, the dragging out of it is where a lot of men are like, nah. They'd rather opt out of it. To drag it out, put it on the internet, and put it in a friend group, share it among millions of people for whatever reason, just to make yourself look good as a woman. Yet too many women have spoiled that as well. Again, it's not about you, lovely woman. Other women have spoiled it for you. So of course a lot of decent
that's what I was getting at. It's, if you want to know why, look to your history. You may find out. But she looks very young, which I'm just going to have to jump out on a limb and say that she's probably educated in the modern education system, which probably means she's not that strong of a critical thinker and would not think to go and look at the history and then make the logical connections as to, oh, these events happened during a pivotal point in a lot of men's lives. And we got the message. Believe it or not, we can listen, unlike our better halves. We listened. Okay. You don't want us to come up to you because it makes you feel unsafe? Okay. I don't want you to feel unsafe, because at the end of the day, men actually do like women. Now that may be changing, and that's going to be to the detriment to women. That's a dangerous situation if you have a group of men who doesn't like you, who's unwilling to protect you, because let's say the invaders come, or if something happens, some kind of flood or whatever, well, who are you going to be looking to for help? You're going to be looking to a group of people who don't like you. And the likelihood of you getting the help that you want or need is unlikely. It's a dangerous game that, you know, these folks are playing, and I guess it's what happens when you grow up without accountability. You just assume that you can do whatever, and then things will just go along as usual. But this is the ultimate accountability, and I'm not gonna lie, in some ways, I do kind of feel bad. In some ways. But it's the world that they wanted, and it's our job as men to give them the world that they want. So here we are, giving them the world that they want.
Would see you. They're still men. They're still living, breathing, red-blooded men.
Here, woof woof, as men, yeah.
They still see you. Hey, you're an attractive woman. Hey, but you know what they do? They keep it pushing. They just keep it pushing. Can you blame them? Can you blame them? Men see lovely women every day, and you know what they do? They keep it pushing. They keep walking, keep going. The outcome is sadly not as sweet as the observation.
Outstanding.
Looks good, but nah, don't taste good, does it?
We don't chase. We signal like, you can come up to me now. But all men do is just look at you now. And of course, like, if the woman is interested, she's gonna keep looking your way too. But
and women have legs. They have legs as well,
yeah,
and a mouth.
I've noticed that too.
Hey, yeah, I hope she does that.
Here's a fun story. I went to some.
Because clearly, from your perspective,
gosh, where did I go?
As a woman,
I went met with my friend and got crawfish, and after he went to the bathroom, I noticed that a girl, some girl, sitting at the table across from where we were, after he got up, she was eating alone, and she kept looking over and glancing at me, and I saw her. And I'm not the kind of person where I'm going to break it. I looked at her. I'm like this. Am I going to go up to her? No, I had no interest in it. Wasn't an intimidation, because I think if it's intimidation, I would be afraid to lock eyes with you. I'm not. She actually looked like she did. like, you think I'm about to come up and talk to you for what? I don't want you. All right, I'm going to have to go soon.
Men who
my cousin is
good looking and put together enough to approach them. If they're not making a move, woman, you make a move. Men aside.
Just like stays like that. Nothing ever happens because men don't walk up to women.
Yeah, I gotta go take Roscoe out. So this is gonna be the last video.
But it's like if God were to tell you that you're gonna go through 20 rejections before you get to your yes, and that's gonna be the love of your life, you guys would be so happy to go through all 20 because you would just so closer to the love of your life.
Wow. What amazing advice from a woman who's never had to do that. Has she ever had to do that in her?
To be honest though, like I'm gonna take what she said at face value. Here's what I would do in that situation. If God told me these things the 20th, I'll just go out in public and I'll just go and ask 19 women who I don't give a shit about. I don't care who they are. The first 19, they can be old, they can be young, they can be fat, they can be ugly. I don't care. I would just ask them. Because even if they say yes, that doesn't mean that I have to do anything. And then on that 19th one, I'm good. Now I can go and look for the one who I actually want. That's actually what I would do. And I imagine that a lot of other men would do that. It's almost as if they haven't really thought it through, that maybe a lot of us men are smarter than they think. There's this thing called loopholes in most societies, and I wonder who are the main people who... never mind. We'll move on.
Just pick and choose from the men who approach her. She's never had to do that. I mean, you're talking from a position that you've never had to be in. And here's a simple, grand and beautiful point. Men know that. Men know it's going to be a hit and miss. A majority of men have accepted that. Majority of men know it's going to be a hit and miss, got scattershot. Okay, no one woman is a guarantee of anything. Men know that. However, the risk to reward ratio is completely off nowadays. It just seems like a lot of risk. Now, this isn't just the reason a lot of men are staying single. A lot of men just can't be bothered anymore in general, and they just wouldn't approach you anyway. Because even if they got you, it's not like you're a guarantee of good. You're a guarantee of woman. You're a guarantee of possible, like, bill paying somewhere. Paying for something. Yeah, there are many guarantees, but it's like there's no guarantee of good, is there? Sadly. So a lovely young single woman. You've got to either start using your legs or just sit there and get looked at. Yeah.
Come on, guys, you guys gotta do better.
There's really a lot of men out here that are sexually attracted to women, but they don't
Sorry.
actually like women.
Wow.
They don't like women. They don't respect or value anything else about a woman.
Except that WAP.
Shrimp tacos.
Yeah. Except the drawers.
Spicy.
Yeah. Seriously. You know, it's very easy to understand why things are the way they are nowadays. Why a lot of men are so sexually forward. Why a lot of men don't even try to commit so hard, but they try to get draws. Is because a lot of men can see the patterns of modern dating and relationships and everything. They can see it. They don't want the commitment of the woman, but obviously they still want to interact with the woman.
Sexually.
So not for all, but for a lot of men nowadays, they've just resorted to just that. Just seeking a woman just for that. Nothing more, nothing deeper, nothing richer. Sadly, if a man's not single unto himself, he may still be a single man, but still out there just trying to get some draws. And that's all it is. Nothing more. So of course, from a lot of women's perspective, he's just seen as a dog, basically. A man dog tripping over his penis. Yeah.
Sexually.
They like men. They value things about men. So, what does that say?
I mean, well, it does say that even as men, we understand other men are dangerous. What's understood as well is, well, a woman can break your heart. Yeah. Into a million pieces. A man could beat your face to a million pieces. Okay. Yeah. But the inner crushing of a woman.
Chaos.
It's different. No, that's different. It's a completely different thing. I mean, the reality of men as a man is you can sort of trust men to be men. I mean, it's a man. He's going to be a man. Whatever sort of man he is going to be a man. Yeah? Can you even trust your feelings as a man nowadays when it comes to a woman? I mean, is she going to take you for granted and use you for the feelings you have for her? Interesting.
Yo, you know what I noticed? Men in this generation don't want girlfriends and wives. They want baby mamas and situationships.
Wow.
Like, they don't want real commitment anymore. They don't want to connect with a woman on a deeper, more emotional.
You know, that could be her truth. given her hair bonnet and like in the room she in, it looks dirty. Like, what is this, a shower curtain that she has for a window curtain? Like, what the hell?
Still
wearing a loose-fitting white t-shirt. Yeah, it's just who's coming to her.
Commending the men that still approach her. Yeah, I mean, she's still complaining because what quality of men are still approaching her?
Baby mamas and situationships.
Yeah, she's attracting people like her.
They shot and still approach women. But what are they trying to build with these women? Anything real? Deeper? Longer? Aside from what they're giving her? Deeper? All right, we get a point.
That's just gross.
Pause. I think I've got to say pause there, whatever. Because women don't want to grasp what's going on so much, they just want to ignore it and think that men like myself are just talking absolute garbage because men are still approaching them. They're struggling even more now with the men that they are getting, the men that they have to pick and choose from. Why would they get commitment? A lot of other men understand other men aren't competing with them. They can afford to be reckless. Some of these women have very few options to pick and choose from. If too many men remain single, too many decent men remain single, a lot of the men out there that don't care about the results are going to shoot their shot. They care enough to get something, but
that right there is a key insight. Right there, that's a key insight. I don't know if it's all men. It could just be the majority of good men who are just like, nah. And if that happens, the people who are still shooting the shots are going to be the ones who are behaving in those ways, which is detrimental to our society. But I think that's what they wanted, right? I heard that we wanted to destroy the patriarchy. We wanted to destroy America. You know, I think that's what I heard. And they're accomplishing this. So we should be congratulating them.
To commit to it. And that's happening so much nowadays. So women gloat in the belief that they have options. They have options of men that are trying to bang them. That's literally it. Literally it. To build anything? No. That's why to be single and decent put together, yeah, you're going to become too dangerous in time to come. They're going to tax the F out of you, bruh.
No, they just want somebody they can do it with without the commitment.
There you go.
They want access to you and your body without the commitments. That way, when they messing with other girls, they could turn around and say, oh, but we not married. We not in a relationship. Why you tripping?
There you go.
And then it doesn't make sense to me because men would say marriage is too much of
But
a
that's good though, right? That's a good thing. That's what sexual liberation gets you. You got to take the good with the bad. If you want to be liberated, if you want freedom, you have to deal with the responsibilities that freedom brings. Freedom is hard. It's costly. Freedom, it sounds good on paper, but when you really think about it, freedom is incredibly demanding. It requires a lot from you. You need a lot of responsibility because, well, you have freedom. So that means you have all the responsibility. You have all the accountability. So yeah, it's like, you know, there was a liberation that you're free. Freedom has a cost. Turns out freedom isn't free. Who would have thought that?
The baby's not. Getting 3 different women pregnant is not.
When women clock on to the fact that a lot of the decent men are keeping to themselves, that's when they're going to realize and question, who lied to us? Who lied to us? The world is yours.
All right, well, that is the rest of that. As I said, my cousin is going to be here. I don't know, like 30 minutes, I guess. So I got to go and walk my dog and get ready. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the live stream. If you did, I would appreciate a thumbs up in the stream. It lets me know that I should do more of it. In fact, the reason why I'm doing more of it is because in the last couple live streams that I've done, they've gotten more likes than my previous live streams. So that tells me, oh, people care about this. So sure, I'll talk about that. I'll talk about anything. I don't really care what I talk about. So yeah, if you like it, like it. The other thing is if you want to see more content like this and you would like to subscribe, feel free to subscribe. You can turn on notifications. You can follow me on Twitch. You could also go to my channel and go to my link tree and you can follow me on Instagram and all the other places. But yeah, this is going to be it for today. I probably won't be back later tonight. I might be back tomorrow. We'll see. If not, I'll try to do a stream at least once this weekend. So you should see me soon. But until then, y'all have a good rest of the night. Peace.